Good morning. Welcome to everyone who's joining us here in Milan and also to those who are connected. I am Eleonora and I'm very pleased to introduce this new event, New Frontiers for STEAM Education in Europe, Good Practices and Perspectives. This is an event which has been organized in the framework of the GIS4Schools project. The program of the event, after an initial institutional welcome from the prorector, Professor Emilio Faroldi, and from Elisa, Vice President of Aeronaic, will proceed with a keynote speech of the Emeritus Professor Patrizio Bianchi, former Minister of Education here in Italy, and then it will proceed with the presentation of the GIS4Schools outputs and tools from the association and the partners of the project. And then we will have the students who will present the project work that they have been developing during the project. The event then will proceed in the afternoon, and in the afternoon, a first section will be opened by Giulia Pastorella from the Camera of the Deputati, the Italian Camera of Deputati, who will introduce a first round of table when all our guests will be invited to discuss the importance of this kind of initiatives in developing the digital and the green competencies for students. After that, we will have another keynote speech from Professor Brovelli from Polytechnic of Milan, who will introduce then a second round of table where all the guests will be invited to discuss the European role in enhancing, let's say, the STEAM education in Europe. After all of that, at the end of our conference, we will have the pleasure to launch the GIS community. And during this launch, we have also some guests, some schools who will, let's say why they would like to join our GIS4Schools community. Now, I will leave the floor to our first speaker, please, the prorector, Professor Emilio Faroldi. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the Politecnico di Milano. For you, maybe some of you, it's the first time you come here, and for us it's a very pleased moment to join you coming from a different and friend country. You know the importance of the education in all the fields, and you know Politecnico is a very old and traditional university, young and old, because it was founded in 1863. So it's really very young comparing to some of your country university. But in these 160 years, because this year we celebrate the anniversary of 160 years of the Politecnico, I think we did a lot of things in the architecture, engineer, and design field. So thank you for coming here. We are a big community. Big means nearly 48,000 of students, so a little town. And we have more or less 1,300 of teachers and 100 and 400 of technical staff. So 50,000 people here, plus all the researcher and all the PhD. So I know that you take care the environment in this case, and to study how the technology could help to improve and develop our attention to our environment. So I will be very pleased to hear some speech or some first relazioni. And I really recommend you, and I'm talking to students because all is up to all your generations. So think that you have got a very big responsibility. Our generations maybe didn't behave very well in the past. We know that. That's why we are here to say maybe something to you, to transmit our experience. Do not make the mistake that we did. That's what maybe our future will be better if you take care the world where we live. So thank you very much for the experience, and thank you very much for coming here in this aula magna that is a very old classroom. In 1927, this building was founded, and this was at the beginning the drawing classroom with 20 people, 20 architects in 1927. They came here with other furniture, and this is a very old situation. Just few words. You see in the back of the classroom 4 great drawing and maquettes, and those coming from 4 important people in Politecnico. The plastic one is the Nobel Prize that Giulio Natta won exactly here, and all the other concern the urbanistic and architecture prize. Aldo Rossi and Renzo Piano are our Pritzker Prize. It's the Nobel of the architecture and design. So we are in good company. Thank you very much for inviting me, and have a good work. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you for this warm welcome. Now we leave the floor to Elisa Filippi, which is Vice President of the Association Aeronaic, lead partner of the GIS4Schools project.
Thanks, Leonora, for the introduction. Again, a very warm welcome to all of you to this final conference of the GIS4Schools project. First of all, on behalf of Aeronaic, I would like to express my gratitude to the Politecnico of Milan for kindly hosting this conference, and of course for being so a valuable partner in this project. A special thanks to all the speakers who join us here in presence, starting from Professor Bianchi, to all the participants who join here coming from different countries, EU countries, and also from different Italian regions. And last but definitely not least, a special thanks to all the partners of the GIS4Schools project who, with their commitment, even beyond the expectation, they made this project a true reality. I'm particularly glad to see here for the first time united in presence some of the students coming from the 4 different secondary schools involved in the project. So I'm very, very glad to see you here, and I hope this conference could be a good, valuable moment also for you in terms of educational, but also as a part of your life. As you know, just a very brief introduction because we will go into the project during this morning. But as you know, GIS4Schools is a strategic partnership for innovation in the field of school innovation funded by the Erasmus Plus project, started in September 2002, and it will last next month in June. And the main objective of the project was to introduce for the first time in Europe in a structural way the teaching of the GIS technologies and the development with the pupils of GIS outputs related to specific local challenges, and then its replication in a developing country. During this morning, we will go through and we describe better what is GIS, the GIS, which stands for Geographic Information System, and why we decided to invest our energy on this topic. So why GIS is important, could be important for pupils from an educational point of view, but also what is its relevance in terms of public policies. So thanks again really for your attention, for being here, and I wish you could enjoy this conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Elisa. Now I leave the floor to our Patrizio Bianchi, which is Professor Emeritus of University of Ferrara and, of course, former Minister of Education. Thank you for your participation and for being here.
Avvio. Thank you. Let me thank you, all of you, and Elisa and Politecnico for this invitation, this very kind invitation to this conference. And let me say that I am very honored and pleased to be here in this magnificent room with this sign of what is that really the capacity of university to transform the world. In particular, I'm living in a city that is Ferrara, where we apply for more than 70 years this kind of research did in Politecnico about the chemistry of catalyzer. But we can come back at the end of my speech about this story, because the story that now we are working in, that is GIS and the application for education, is one of the key elements of our times. How can we take the results of this huge effort of research and we create the possibility to transfer not only the results, but also the methodology to the schools, to the company, to the institutions? So, in my perspective, what is relevant of this extraordinary project is that we are facing one of the basic problems of our country, not only in this moment, but also in the past, that is, how can we connect the university research, the global research effort, to the day-by-day life of the people. And day-by-day life of the people is starting from our schools. But let me start from the very beginning. What is that GIS? Is an extraordinary example of what we can call learning community. GIS is not the result of one scientist. It's not the result of the effort of one university. But since the mid of the 60s, is a process involving people all around the world working on this basic idea. We have something that is global. In this case, more than global. Take the case of climate change. But which is the impact for me that I'm living in Milan, in the square in front of Milan, or I'm living in Africa, or I'm living in the mountain of Trentino? GIS is important because it's responding to a basic question: how the global, the more than global events are impacting on our local community. Why is it so important to have this geographic information system? Because geographic information system is transferring something that could be matter of hard science that in several situations is very deterministic, is given by a basic research in mathematics, looking for algorithms that is based on the collection of data by different kind of people around the world in something that is localized in a context. When I say, which is the impact of climate change on Milan, central Milan in this case, I'm also assuming that the center of Milan is not a place, a single point on the map. That is history, is tradition, is communities, schools. And the fact is that connecting the big research, the global events, the local community, the context, we are also making something that is extremely important for research, that is the connection with history. So we can describe how is changed a phenomenon for us a long time. In economics, I'm an industrial economist, and in pure economist, because also the economists, we have the pure economist and the people working on data, on numbers. I'm working on industrial economics. We have a very clear difference between short run and long run. The short run is at that time where everything is given. Production is given, institutions are given, everything is fixed. In this situation, it's very easy to do one of the more complex exercise that is forecast. Because you assume simply the world in the future is nothing different than the present situation. If you are working in the long run, according to what we can call a structuralist approach, you have to consider that the different variables are interconnected. There is the transformation of the different variables. And this question is extremely more difficult to make any kind of forecast. We have in the university a long tradition of forecasting. The best forecasting is the forecasting of the past, when you explain what happened in the past. But when you are working on this phenomenon that is extremely more larger, wider than our capacity to control, and when we are working in a context that is global, that means larger than the capacity of policy making of any individual or national country, of course, forecast is extremely difficult, because we have to take in account also the reaction, the behavior of the people. In this case, the fact to have data, the fact to have the possibility to have secure data, the possibility to work on data became extremely important. This story of the relation between data and event and time is relevant. I read once upon a time, then when in Paris, we had the revolution, the day that they killed the king, from Paris to the south of France, this news arrived after 21 days. When I was young, I thought that one of my principal bases of information was the local newspaper, that it was defined in the context and defined in the time. We are living now in a moment then, in any moment, we have thousands of information regarding the entire world. In the past, information was also considered a sort of rare material. We don't have information. And when we had an idea, when I wake up in the morning, I had a name. I said, when I was a young student, I have to go at school to ask my professor, what does it mean, this term? What does it mean, for instance, Shanghai? When all of us waking in the morning, we have a name in the mind, immediately we have the answer, because this instrument is providing the answer. Shanghai is a city in China. Shanghai is a game for pupils. In the short run, we have not only this huge quantity of information, but more and more, day by day, we have also instruments to elaborate information. Artificial intelligence that is not something in the future, it's something that we have today, is also the way to elaborate information for us. In this case, it became extremely important to cultivate the critical capacity to analyze the information, the critical capacity to collect information, the critical capacity to evaluate the impact of information, and the critical capacity to have a continuous monitoring of our activity based on informations. For this reason, it's necessary to speak about education, because this critical capacity is not provided by the university. If you arrive at the university, my friends, you don't have this capacity, it's too late. We have to work on education of pupils, education of real baby, starting from the infant schools to the primary schools. And in this country, at least, this is my experience. That is a partial experience, but in any case, is an experience in some person having some responsibility in education. In this sense, infant school and primary schools are much more advanced than secondary schools. Why? Because in the primary schools, we have still a good tradition of transdisciplinary analysis, on transdisciplinary culture. The real shock for our students, also for you, I think, is moving from the primary school to the first level of secondary school, where they meet what they called the school. That is 13 different, separated, fragmented disciplines, according to a model that, frankly speaking, I simply can connect to the long experience for this production, when also production was fragmented and put in a sort of linear set, where also the knowledge of production was fragmented, hyper specialization, not connected. Consider that this idea is an old idea. In political economy, this was one of the basic ideas of political economy. Adam Smith in 1776 wrote that beautiful book, that is still beautiful, that is The Wealth of Nations, where in The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith wrote that the wealth of nations are essentially relations, the capacity to build relations. And he wrote the idea that productive relation, trade relation, human relations are based on two different concepts. The first is specialization, that is the capacity involving skills, dexterity, that is more or less gone in our experience, and judgment, that is the capacity to think about what we are doing in order to develop capacity to change and innovate, including what we have done. But the second element that is crucial is complementarity. Complementarity, that is the capacity to work together. This concept was recuperated at the end of the 90s by UNESCO. UNESCO, as you know, is the part of United Nations devoted to culture and education. At the time, at the end of the last century, think about when we're speaking about the 90s, we're speaking about last century. Okay, last century. In the last century, which kind of education we need for the new millennium? And UNESCO, in a famous report written by Jacques Delors, wrote that in a period of overproduction of informations, the main issue was to have 4 pillars. Learn to know, That means that today, in such a situation, knowledge is not a box of content, it's a box of tools. A box of tools to have the capacity to renovate continuously what we know. Learn to know. Learn to work together. The capacity to work in team. And there are two things that are, I think, extremely important. It is learn to do, the capacity to manage all the instruments, and learning to be, it is the capacity to be so solid as a person, to have no fear of change, because probably in the past, the idea that change, transformation was an extraordinary element. Nowadays, transformation, change is a structural element. And the capacity to train people not to do a specific job, but also to change the jobs during his life, I think is extremely important. Consider you that in the past, a past that is also today, we had in this country a special premium called Maestri del Lavoro, that it was for those workers that they can stay for 40 years in the same place. I think now is nobody can really imagine to stay for 40 years in the same place. Also because in this period, for that kind of job is not existing anymore. We are changing so rapidly that, frankly speaking, I think that nobody also at Polytechnico can say which is the real job that our people can do in 10 years' time. Because also the old jobs, the old levels, architect, engineers, probably are doing different kinds of jobs. So the main competence is to train ourselves to have no fear of transformation. And for this reason, I think that it is extremely important to have these kinds of projects, connecting big science and education, connecting the instruments, tools, methodology to manage information, to evaluate information and our activities, to monitoring ourselves in the difficult job of creating teams that are able also to not only to create, but also to innovate ourselves in order to create as a continuous activity. I think that this is the key also of this idea. And I think that this project is extremely important. And it is important, let me say something, beyond the results. Because it's important that you have the possibility to experiment what we can learn from GIS experience, more recent experience, that you can use all the data and make all the experiments. But what is relevant is something more, is to learn that it's possible to catch up the result of project, thought in another context, to transfer this capacity, this methodological capacity, to strengthen our capacity to explore the future. For this reason, I think that is extremely important. And it's extremely important also to study the history of science. The history of science is extremely important because there is what we can call, is a name invented by Professor Sraffa and Professor Pasinetti that taught here in Milan at Catholic University, what they call the return of the techniques. Let me come back to what the deputy director said about that model that you find there, that one, the plastic one. At the beginning of the 50s, Giulio Natta, professor of this study university, was also at the beginning of the chemical industry in Italy. He discovered that when you have the oil is a compound of different things. it was possible to reduce this compound to elementary nucleus. But was necessary to find a solution to reconstruct the structure. He invented the idea of the chemistry of catalyzer. Catalyzer is something that you can produce, permitting to put new series of atoms of nucleus in order to build new materials that you don't find in nature. After 70 years, we have here the problem of plastics, because he invented plastic, polypropylene plastics. What we can do with plastics? The first approach is to be desperate. We have the plastics. We can go simply to keep up the plastic on the street and so on. The second is a mechanical reduction of the plastics. The third idea is to go on the research and to work on the inverse process than catalyzer, that is decatalyzing plastic to coming back to basic material and to reinvent new materials. Something that is done now in a research center of a company that once upon a time was the center of Italian industry. It was Montecatini, then Montedison, and now is BASF. But anyway, is part of the European system where it's necessary to have on the other side the university, in particular Polytechnic. Why I say that? I say that because we are in an extraordinary moment. We are in a moment then we have the possibility for a country like Italy, country in demographic decline, country also in the mid of Mediterranean Sea, that is the frontier of all the conflicts, is to be more creative than we were in the past. But this is possible having two conditions. The top educational system must be the place where the frontier of research, also recuperating the history of science, can produce fundamental innovation, but at the same time, they're able to transfer to the companies. That kind of research is the example of a perfect connection between University Polytechnic of Milan and that company at that level. Montecatini, then Montecatini at the time. On the other side, the success is possible if you are transferring methodology and basic contents to the school in order to permit to have people that from pupils became students and from students became university students and workers, but having the idea that it's possible to go beyond. It's possible not only to be creative, but able to create something that is not present in nature in order, and this is the difference, to have a better human condition and more sustainable development. This required what you find in this project. The university, the schools, the company, able to put together all this stuff. And I think that is a real added value of this project. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Bianchi, for these very meaningful thoughts and also for this, perspective on education. And now I think it's time to leave the floor to the partners of the project. So I invite, of course, Elisa for Aeronaic and also Anna Chiara for Eurisi and all the other partners, Rui, for if you want to, come closer. So maybe then it's easier. And Professor Gianninetto, of course. I want to just check that. and they will, explain to us all the outputs of the GIS4Schools project. And some other courses are for Urban 2020.
Okay, so thanks, Eleonora. Well, it's not so easy to start again the discussion after the inspiring speech of Professor Bianchi, but we will try because, yeah, we would like to introduce you more in depth to the GIS4Schools project. So, as you can see, the GIS4Schools project and the future is here. We had this ambition to thought and to say that GIS4Schools is a project that prepares the future. Why? For at least 3 reasons. The first is that it is actually addressed to the new generation. So 200 pupils have been the main beneficiaries, and almost 600 tutors have been involved as indirect beneficiaries. The second is because the projects address one of the most important and even concerning challenges in the world nowadays, so the climate change. And the third is because it tried to achieve this ambitious objective by exploiting European public investment in one of the most advanced sectors, such as the geospatial technologies. But before explaining what actually we did, just a few words to say who we are and why we did. Who we are is, of course, easy to explain. As I said before, we are a strategic partnership for innovation funded by the Erasmus Plus program. Euronique is the association I represent and was the coordinator of the project. Politecnico of Milan was the scientific partner of the project. And then we had 4 secondary schools and 4 associations active at European level in different fields. But you will have the chance to know all of them today. The main objective was, as I said before, the development and the introduction in the secondary schools, really for the first time in a very structured way, the teaching of the GIS technologies by developing a specific training package and by the involvement of pupils of 4 secondary schools in the co-development of different GIS outputs located on a specific local challenge and then replicated in a developing country. But why we did it? I mean, why GIS? Why we decided to focus on GIS? As you know, GIS stands for Geographic Information System, and it is a computer-based tool aimed at storing, analyzing, and representing data on a geographic position on Earth. And a GIS system allows to represent different layers of information in a unique map, allowing the identification of spatial relationship, possible correlation, and trends. GIS has a high value, both from educational point of view and public policies, mostly because of its interdisciplinarities. In fact, a GIS system based on, we can say that could be based on 3 pillars. A digital, because it's reference to the ability to capture data, manage data, visualize and represent data, even big data. The green pillar, because of the green skills you need to correctly interpret those data. So I mean hard science, but also geology, biology, and so on. And the social pillar, because when you create a map and you identify the change occurred due to a phenomena in your country, in your world, you are also capable to reflect on the impact also from a social point of view that this phenomenon is going to create. And from a public policy, it's very important because it responds to a need growing in our society, which is the need for increasing and improving the data culture. We know that we have a lot of data available, but not enough skills, not enough people's skills able to process this data. So what we did, first of all, we have developed, Politecnico of Milan has developed a specific training package, will be presented after me by Professor Gianinetto, dedicated to the GIS and addressed to teachers. Then we have the first transfer of knowledge, so two training addressed to teachers took place, 1 week training, unfortunately online because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then teachers transfers the content acquired in classrooms with the pupils through 30 hours course. And then in December, November of the same year, another training took place, in this case in presence in Rovereto, and was a peer review training where all the different teachers from the different schools confronted themselves on the design, on the GIS output they were going to develop. It was very interesting and effective. And then we had the co-development of the GIS output, one on local challenges and the other, the replication in a developing country. Again, I will not describe it now because we will have the presentation directly from the pupils and the teachers. To make all this knowledge available, we also decided to create two other outputs, which was the written report and video report under the supervision of Eagle Intuition, to document the process for the creation of the output, to make it easily replicable in example to other schools, from other schools. And then the e-learning platform, which collected all the educational material we have developed and made it accessible through different platforms. And of course, we have also carried out monitoring and evaluation activities to detect the impact of the project on the partnership and outside the partnership. And at the end, but this is not the end, we hope it is a new beginning, we have created the GIS4Schools community, and some of you are here because of they already joined this community of schools adopting the training package. Here you can see just some picture of the training we had, very interesting experience. Okay, now I can switch to the results. As I said before, we had an evaluation report and also the policy guideline. But what was, let's say, the project, the impact of the project on the pupils? Here you can see some of the sentences, just a selection of the sentences we have collected from the pupils when we asked them for comments with respect to the difficulties they had on the GIS output development, but also any comments they may have on the development of the outputs. And I mean, it is just a selection, but as I think it is very representative of the complexity of the word, and that also it's representative of the fact that pupils seems to have and to see the whole picture, even the more problematic aspects, even the difficulties. In examples such as the fact that some countries might have not enough data, so they are also understanding the fact that even the access to science is not the same if you are a EU country, or maybe if you are a country with less capability in this case. From a more, let's say, quantitative point of view, we can identify three major areas of impact on pupils. Of course, according to the results of the surveys, the questionnaires, we see that the knowledge increased on all of the topics covered by the training package. So data analysis, health observation, representation data through the GIS platform. But what is also very important is that the knowledge acquired also facilitated the understanding of other disciplines, other subjects, especially geography, of course, but also physics and ICTs and mathematics. Again, we think very, very important the increase of the interest of pupils with respect to the science and the climate change. So as you can see, the majority of the pupils declared an increase in their interest in these matters. I mean, more of the 60% of respondents have value above 6. And also the fact that the majority of pupils declare that they will still use GIS and geospatial data for investigating other climate challenges. It is very much important, especially if compared to the ex-ante data, because at the beginning of the project, the majority of the pupils did declare that they didn't have any previous knowledge on any programming languages, and also a very weak, let's say, ability in ICT. And it is also very important if we consider that most of the schools do not have a techno-scientific address. So some of them are, let's say, more humanistic. So we think it is very, very important that now, most of the students will still use GIS. And the other data for us important, maybe we don't know if it is so strictly connected to the project, but it is an evidence, the fact that almost 80% of the pupils would be interested to start a professional or academic experience in another EU country. I think it is a very important expectation, and maybe we should try to be committed in order to make it a reality. What about the teachers? First of all, let me say that teachers have been the real agent for change. Teachers have been the real players enabling the innovation. So again, many thanks to the teachers. We can say that the training package and the training after have been very effective. So the increase of teachers, the knowledge of teachers increase from 4 to 5 ex-ante, and then on value between 7 and 8 on all of the topics covered by the training package. In fact, at the beginning of the project, the majority of teachers didn't have any knowledge of GIS. They didn't use QGIS software. Okay, so it is also a confirmation from the other side that there was this kind of need, the need for a training was real. We are also very happy about the fact that all the teachers declared they will continue to use GIS tools, even if they will change school. And the most tools, the tools the teachers will use will be, of course, the training package, but also, of course, the QGIS software, but also EU browser and so on. Last comments on the policy guidelines. We are going to finalize the policy guidelines together with Evrisi, and we have so far investigated some points we think are crucial for the replicability of the project and also for its sustainability. So first, we ask teachers, but also school principals, the best way to integrate the GIS4Schools result into the school programs now. And it emerged that GIS, the training package, in example, and also the outputs could be easily integrated, of course, in geography, but also in biology, in earth science, and even in mathematics. And from some schools, also in the experimental techniques working with satellite data. And from the other side, teachers training, international mobility, and partnership with other schools or institutions or association have been recognized as the most important action need to take to give sustainability to the project and to continue this experience. So I think that that's all for now.
Okay, thank you, Elisa. Now we leave the floor to Professor Gianinetto for the experience, let's say, from the Polymi point of view. Okay.
Grazie.
Thank you and welcome again to Milano, to Politecnico Milano, especially a welcome to the students. Now, I'm going to briefly explain what the training package is. And it was produced by my colleagues Maria Brovelli and Daniela Cariano, who are here today, and myself. But behind the curtains, there was also a team, and I'd like to show their faces. Postdocs, Daniela and Carlo. Daniela is today is assistant professor, but also a huge number of doctoral students, Gorica, Catarina, Miriam, Lorenzo, Basil, Juan Fernando, Lorenzo again, Alberto, Rodrigo, and Francesco. So this is behind the curtains of a project. What's a training package? Well, the training package and what are their objectives? I can say that is the pillar on which the GIS4Schools project is based, and was thought as a coaching material for school professors and a material for training their students. The main idea was to help developing 4 main competences. The first competency is GIS analysis tool. So how to capture, storage, and manage georeference data. The second competence, data visualization. How to, in an efficient way, create maps and report data and indicators to stakeholders, decision makers, and citizens. This is a competency that is needed. The third competency regards Earth observation and image analysis. So how to use satellite images, of course, with emphasis on the European Union Copernicus program to monitoring the health of our planet and to support sustainable growth. And the fourth competency is related to geospatial data management. And so how to successfully connect any additional data and information, specifically the one coming from the Copernicus ecosystem, and to integrate the analysis in a geographic information system. These are the 4 main competencies. How we designed the training package? We designed from scratch, so it is a completely new material in a modular way. So it was designed with 4 interconnected different modules. I will show you later, that can also be used as separate modules, but they are interconnected. Sorry, with increasing complexity. So it was designed to start from basics up to practical applications. It's a live material. It was designed as a dynamic test, web-based with full hyperlink, example, web tools, all integrated in a single framework with hands-on. So the modules have hands-on exercise fully described and explained. And so it's a material thought for learning by doing, as I would say before. And finally, it is free, fully open access, reusable, and available for everybody. Now, I don't want to bore you with a boring presentation, but in a few minutes, I will show you live. If it opens, yes. Okay, live material. So here on the left side, on the left side, we have the four main chapters. Data visualization with QGIS was the first. You see it is divided into different topics, introduction, from the start, from up to now, geographic coordinate systems, GIS data modeling, and so on. Then we have a second chapter about GIS tools for analyzing the data, divided into sub sections. Then we have Earth observation and image analysis. So starting from the fundamental of Earth observation, so introduce some satellites, for example. Here you can see that material contains some hints and some notes, some rule of thumbs. There are live, for example, there are live links to web tools. In this tool, you can see, for example, all the artificial satellites that are flying over our planet. And you can see them, you can zoom, you can pick a single satellite, and so on. Then we have, for example, hands-on exercise. In this case, I'm looking at the hands-on related to the Earth observation part, and you can see there are 3 exercises with different complexity. And just to show you one, this starts from the context of a problem, describe the area, the data, and describing and reporting the math behind, the physics behind. You are guided from scratch up to create an application. In this case, it is related to estimate the chlorophyll concentration in a lake, and so up to producing some maps of chlorophyll concentration. This is eutrophication problem. And then you have the last section related to geospatial data processing for crisis mapping, which is more related to Copernicus products. So we are moving from the GIS, which is the framework, up to satellite observation, which is a tool, up to already available data and products from the Copernicus ecosystem. So data already by the European Union. And you see that we have a description of what is called Copernicus Emergency Management Services, specifically describing what is available for mapping earthquakes, fires, floods, and how these data are validated. Then introducing early warning and monitoring services, with focus again on European early warning services for flood, for forest fires, and for drought. And then again, there is a hands-on on this subject. Again, you have a screenshot, note a screenshot, step-by-step guide with numbers and how to do all the work. Again, with hyperlinks to videos, additional materials, and so on. So I lost my, presentation. El tab. Okay, thank you. Just to finish, a training package is not just this one, but it is an entire ecosystem, as Elisa already introduced. Ecosystem means that we have a handbook which was translated into 6 different languages: English, Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian. But we also have some videos and some webinars with participation of experts, both from the academia and from the institutions. There was a help desk, and so we have what you call a digital environment with frequently asked questions. All the materials is included. Then there was an advertising campaign specifically addressed to social media promoting the project. But what I most like is that this term ecosystem is a live co-created material. And now I look at the students, because the students' project outcomes become part of a training. And so your material, what you have produced, now become part of a training package for other students in other countries and in other schools. But my presentation is not about that, and so I leave to all the other colleagues the floor to speak about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's time of our Rui from Eagle Intuition.
Okay, I can start. So first of all, congratulations for the Italian teams for this organization, and to Paul and me for this so warm welcome, to all the people that are online. And now forgive me for the Portuguese, especially in the municipalities of Almada and Seixal, that I'm sure that they are seeing us after one multiply event that we have 2 weeks ago, that I'll present a film. So in a very, very fast way, I will present to you one of the intellectual outputs, intellectual output number 3. This was very important. In my opinion, it's not easy to say this, perhaps one of the most important, because it was done by the students. So of course, all the materials are important, but these ones, the students was very, very present. And what was present in this intellectual output? So we have two webinars that was very interesting online with a huge participation, and the written and the written reports and video reports. The 4 written reports was done, one per school for the 4 countries in the project, with the supervision of the Polyme. The Polyme have here a very important, because it's the technical advisor of our projects. So, and thank you very much to be with us, because that was great. And the 4 videos, because as we know very well, the video is in our days one of the most powerful tools. We know that the students learn, for instance, play guitar just with the videos on YouTube. So we know that this is very important. So if, for instance, if we come back a little in the preview, one of the previous presentations of our keynote speech about Professor Patricio Bianchi, and I love it, all your presentation, but one of the parts that I totally agree with you, that in the primary school, we have a multidisciplinary environment. The students have different subjects. They work in a project-based learning. And when they come to the secondary school, as we know, that don't happen, because, for instance, in Portugal is that in the secondary, grades to go to the university. And sometimes the project-based learning is not present. One of the things that, and now sorry for this, but I think this project, one of the richness of this project was all the subjects are together. As Elisa mentioned before, of course, the geography is more present than the other subjects, but we have also teachers from ICT, from maths, from language, participate in this project, and that is one of the richness. Also in this project, we have in eTwinning. As you know, eTwinning is the biggest platform of teachers in all Europe, and is one of the goals that we get the label of the eTwinning. So let's see if we have this label in the future. So this is the description of all the things, but mainly bring the pupils to the reflecting what they have done. That is the most important. We'll share all this information with you, but this is the resume that I have explained to you. So just to finalize, because the time is too short and we have a lot of presentations for today, I'll show a short film about the multiply event that we have in Portugal. This is just 2 minutes film that we have 2 weeks ago, that we have a very good assistant, that we have 56 participants from Portugal, 6 international, 5 from the neighbors from Spain, 1 from Poland, and also 8 from the local partners, Eagle Intuition and Josefos. So it was a magic night when, as you know, when you prepare a thing with a lot of time and we have a lot of people, for us will be very, very rich. So let's see the film, 2 minutes film. Okay. Can you put the film, please?
Portugal. Welcome to the GIS4Schools Multiply event in Portugal. In this place, during the next 3 hours, we'll have a special guest that will introduce to us the best practice in the GIS in Portugal. We have a lot of invitations, and the special is to show to the public what we have done in the GIS4Schools project. So I'm sure that we enjoyed this film where we have just a little bit of this Multiply event in Portugal. Join us.
Prazer de anunciar que a Bárbara Pedroso Lopes
Thank you very much.
Come si fa a capire se ti stanno perculando o meno quando sui social ti vendono?
Okay, so thank you very much, Louis, for this presentation, also for the video. Now I leave the floor to Andrada of Urban 2020. Thank you. Close the presentation now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Andrada. I'm an urban planner based in Bucharest, Romania, and I'm representing Urban 2020 Association. This was the NGO that was in charge of developing the e-learning platform and the open source repository. So this component of the project is basically the unifying technological tool that keeps all the different components of the project together and that assures the transferability of the overall process. What does this mean? It means that we have developed so many outputs, such as the training package and videos and other materials, scientific articles, and those articles and materials have to be accessible to anybody, anywhere in the world at any time. And this is what open source means. So basically, the components are the Thinkific platform, and I'm going to dive into more detail a bit later. GitHub, Zenodo community, and eTwining. As you can see in this slide, Thinkific is where we centralized all some parts of the didactical outputs developed by PolyMe in a gamifying module of courses and quizzes. Basically, we took the first module and we have structured it based on some videos and quizzes. And GitHub is where the collaborative working happened. This means that you can access anything that the schools produced and download it and make use of it. Zenodo is a scientific community basically, and it's where we share the scientific articles, and also the training package is available there, and other videos and materials produced throughout the project. This is like behind the scenes in the Thinkific platform. Usually I was accessing the platform to show to the partners how to use it. But for this time, I decided to basically present the fact that a community has actually established around our courses. As you can see, we have people from other parts of the world who are introducing themselves, and we have 244 accounts. And the enrollments represent also the people that have actually started to play with the videos and the courses. And you also have like the link account. On Zenodo is where you can access, as I said earlier, the training package, which is a very important component of the project, but also other outputs that have been developed by all of our scientific partners and also other partners of the project. So you can also find presentations, you can find the materials that stood behind some webinars and videos that were developed through the project. This is the interface on GitHub. And we had a dedicated folder for each of the 4 schools, the school in Romania, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. And we had 60 contributions since 2021, when we have opened this part of the e-learning platform. And basically, if you click on any of the folders, you can access like maps that were developed by the pupils and other materials that were developed by the schools. So this is a very concentrated and short presentation of the e-learning platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrada. Very short, but full of meanings and of materials. Thank you. Now I welcome Anna Chiara from Eurisi. So please, I will.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Alessandra Vernile, and I represent here Eurisi, together with my colleague Annalisa Donati, who's over there. We both represent the Eurisi, which is an association of European Association of Space Agencies, and we work in bridging space and society, very briefly. In the frame of the GIS4Schools project, we were responsible for communication and dissemination activities. And let's say we have 2 different, areas. One was more supporting internally the different partners with the different activities related to the GIS4Schools outreach and dissemination. But at the same time, also the outreach with external, so the general audience, the public. Yes. So I can go a little bit through, and I will focus actually very shortly on what we did to the external communication, at external communication level, sorry. So we worked on different elements. It's fine, I can take it from here. Different elements. So Here some of the activities that we did. So logo competition. So the the GIS4Schools logo that you can see on every document, every paper was decided actually maybe by some of you here. We managed the website, and I will go through that at the very end. Social media, we supported the events organization, not just internally, but also externally. And we also are responsible for the newsletter. Logo competition, the decision was among these three logos representing three key elements of the project. One of these, I mean, the winning one was Digital Society. It was a campaign that was launched between December 2020, it was just over soon after the Christmas break. And it was very interesting because it was launched on social media and involved actually, again, maybe some of you in this room. And it was very successful again. Then social media newsletter. So we're managing and we are monitoring the different, the growth actually of the social media, GIS4Schools social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. And it's very nice to see that there is a growing, let's say, focus. And in particular, it's not just European, it's global. So in particular on Twitter, it's global. And this is very powerful, I think. And then we have the newsletter. Here are just two examples of the newsletter. One you can see Elisa and the other one Rui, because all the partners were invited to provide forward to every edition. And here just a little bit of location. So also here you can see it's not just European newsletter, but we also reach to the US or even on the website, even more actually, you can see even beyond US. We have a YouTube channel. I invite you to visit it because some of the, so for instance, the video from the pupils or the short videos summarizing the different internal events that were done specifically for students and the teachers have also been, let's say, animated, and they are available for you if you want to share them also on the YouTube channel. This is just three examples of three of the videos. And I believe that also the recording of this event will also be public. Then event organization. These are just three events that as Eurizi, we did it to communicate with the space community in particular. So we also try to target them. And we have one event, actually we had two events organized for the Erasmus Days in 2020 and 2021. Then we have an event for the World Space Week. And then finally, of course, our multiplier event, the one actually we hosted in Paris last spring. Then also we work on event dissemination at European and international audience. This is just a few examples, but I can actually mention the ones from Portuguese partners. Also, Elisa participated with Euronique to the space education symposium that was in Barcelona last year. We had two conference papers presented at the International Astronautical Congress, one of the biggest congress in space. Space Week Zambia, Space Summer Festival, the Living Planet Symposium from the European Space Agency, bringing this message to the space community. Finally, the website. Very briefly on the website, I can try and show you, but I think you can also visit it from your own. So the website is here, is available in all the official languages of the project. So that is also very, very, I think, important for the impact to the different communities already involved. And on the website, you can find, for instance, news and events. So all the events or the news of the, let's say, activities that were done by the partners, the project outputs, and here for each working package, you can find, for instance, you can download actually from the website the handbook. You can access you will access actually the final report. The e-learning platform can be accessed from there, and also the monitoring, evaluation report and policy guidelines will also be uploaded there. And I want to conclude just saying that there is a member login area where, I mean, for those who access actually the community, you can, you will have access to it. And also here you can see a lot the impact everywhere in the world. So not just the countries that were involved in the project, but actually US, South America, India. So this is very much important because it means that GIS4Schools is not just European, but actually looks beyond Europe. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speeding up and also for letting us see all the results, the communication results. Now I invite all the teachers and the students who are going to present to, sit here in the front of the table. In the meanwhile, I upload your presentations. Okay, so yeah, take the, who wants to start? Okay, they are all coming to present. It's a joint presentation. Okay. You can start. Okay. Yes, if you want to present yourself in the meanwhile, I'll close the
Hi,
Yeah, please.
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francisco Araújo. I'm here representing Escola Secundária Dr. José Afonso from Seixal. We are located in Seixal, which is opposite to the city of Lisbon in the south bay of the river Tagus.
Okay, sorry, I have the presentation. Yes, I know. Okay.
So our main goal was to develop an index that would give us a good perception of which areas of our council are more prone to flooding, as flooding is expected to rise exponentially at least until 2050. Started by the backbone of our project, which is the formula. Our first attempt involved 4 aspects: the altitude, slope, land use, and geology, as long with 4 constants that would reflect the weights of each on the final value. Well, I'm not going to reiterate on this. It's already been spoken about the teachers training, the webinars, and 3 years of hard student work in our school. Well, before we talk about our final product, I'd like to, well, talk a bit about Seixal. This is our council, where our work was based on. As you can see, it's on South Portugal, very close to the Atlantic Ocean and on the south of Lisbon. Well, instead of using our formula with the help of Ms. Karian, we found a work based in Moriki in Greece, which already had worked with our subject and had developed a full-fledged formula with all the constants and 7 parameters to consider, which includes not only ours, but distance from drainage network, the flow accumulation, and the rainfall intensity, almost double of the aspects we have taken into consideration. So here we have a final report, which you can freely access on the project's library. We have it's freely accessible. And we have a little video that I would like to show you all about the process and the layers and how the final layer As you can see, Seychelles is very heavy on flood risk, except for maybe 3-4 couple zones, which, well, just justifies more of the importance of our work. To test the replicability of our project, we decided to replicate it in Pemba, a southeastern African city localized in a little peninsula. Here we have another video about Pemba's project that we'd like to show you. Pemba is a city in southeastern Africa, located in a peninsula. So as you were able to see, Pemba's flood vulnerability index is radically different from Seychelles. That is due to many reasons, mostly geology and elevation. And I'm going to briefly talk about my personal project, the Wildfires Vulnerability Index of Seychelles. A brief layer by layer walkthrough. Here we have the occupation layer. Everything you see in forest green translates to forest, in light green to agricultural soil, in yellow to bushes, and in orange to interior waters. Here we have the geology of Seychelles, which is mainly composed of clay soil and sands. And here is the final product, which is still a work in progress. I'm going to improve on this. And the final formula weighted 25% on the geology and 75% on the occupation. The light areas translate to the urban areas, which I didn't take into consideration, as it wouldn't be a wildfire anymore. And well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for this work. You're being very great. You and your colleagues, of course, and your teachers. Okay, now I leave the floor to the Marconi. I just need to upload the presentation. You can start in the meantime.
Yes, good morning, everyone again. I'm a little bit overwhelmed for being here in this such beautiful and important place. But I must say it's a pleasure anyway to be here, because I have the opportunity to meet again all the people who have been working together with me for the last 3 years. We, as a school, we had work with GIS data before in the computer science course, before the GIS project, but not with this close connection with the satellite data. So this has been the news for us. Since we are running a little bit late, maybe it's better if I leave the floor to my students, and so they will explain you what they realized and what they did in this 3 years time.
Quinto anno. Il terzo anno, in terzo superiore. Siamo 2 dipartimenti, uno di elettronica e uno di IoT. So, no problem, no problem. So yeah, hello everybody, and thanks for coming here today. And I want to also thank for the wonderful presentation you've done, and also great work in Penma, right? So as already explained for my Professor Bertie, this is a small recap of everything we have done through this 3 year from 2020 to 2023. So yeah, let's get started. During the 3rd year of the school, we started talking about the GIS4Schools project, and it all started like a way to understand and learn how to use GIS data and programs that were capable of processing that data. And after we learned the basics with the tutorial on their webpage, Professor Bertie reached to us and asked us to make a project and made for helping our region, Trentino Alto Adige, to deal with a very, very dangerous problem, which was the processionary infestation in our forests. And the processionary, I think most of you know what it is, but for the ones who doesn't know, it's like a little insect made of very, very small hairs that are made with a very dangerous substance that can cause a very violent allergic reaction into humans and animals alike. And it's also very, very dangerous for plants and trees, since it literally feeds off them by eating the leaves and letting them, no chance to process energy through photosynthesis. So during the 4th year, we accompanied the Italian Forest Guard, known as the Rangers, on an excursion to learn about the processionary life cycle, and how it spreads its infestation to other trees in the woods. And after this small excursion, we started thinking on a way to, and take track on the progression of the processionary infestation in the forest. And it was at this time that we decided to use the QField app, that is a software on the Play Store, which is also the primary software used for processing GIS data on your smartphones. We also decided to use this app because it has very few, lots of pros, and it manages to use a phenomenon called the social sensing that I'm gonna explain briefly. Because the social sensing is a small phenomenon that occurs when people talk about their everyday life on the social media and internet more in general. And we can use this phenomenon with our app to share photos of the nests of the processionary on the trees, so that people will take consciousness of the problem of the infestation in the trees and the woods. So yeah, after this first encounter with the processionary, we decided to take the matters into our very own hand, and decided to make a little excursion on the, I think, 21st of May of the last year. And we went with the students of the 2nd year in the Bosco della Città di Rovereto, that is a small wood just up near our school. And we started looking for the processionary using the QField app. And we were like, I think, a couple of 100 students, a bit less. But we expected to gather at least 50 data on our school, on our map. But it was way more than 50 marks. We found at least 250 nests in our woods. So this operation was a total success in the first place, because we had lots and lots of data to start with. Now my colleagues will explain a little bit more in details these data.
Well, at this point, we had lots of data, thanks to the reports of the students during their excursion. To process them, we decided to work on a web server application called QField Marconi. Basically, sorry. Could I restart? Thank you. I have one question. Thank you. Okay. At this point, we had lots of data thanks to the reports of the students during their excursion. To process them, we worked last year. We worked together to develop a web server application called QField Marconi, and no, together. Yes, yes. Yeah. Chiesti di farmi. Avanti.
So a bit of help, but so we had all of this data, and we had basically just to help and just try to manage all of these data points. We had created an application called the QField Marconi, which basically worked as an extension of QField, let's say, in which basically we could take the data marked by the various students during their let's say excursion at in the woodlands, and then we could upload them on a server that we also created that would take all of the data from all of the students and merge it into a single QGIS project that will make analyzing the data much more easily.
But there was a problem. The main problem was that the QField Marconi application was able to download the QGIS layers only of the analyzed territory and editable only by Marconi students, making the application unusable outside our institute. Our goal was to integrate social aspects of teamwork and collaboration among the students with the power of GIS technologies. So we developed a new application. The new application introducing Turbo GIS. It was created to transfer QGIS layer between the server and the users globally. But to share the app to users, we came up with the idea to publish this application on the Google Play Store, which is available to everyone, for everyone.
Well, the new application is great, but it can't do much without a new server backing it up. So that's also what we did. We needed a place to store and elaborate the data. So we created a new dedicated server from scratch, which will take the data uploaded from the Turbo GIS app and basically store it and make it possible to merge with other data and download it whenever you want. It's basically a more advanced version of what we had before, made to work with multiple points in the world instead of just what we anticipated at school, and with multiple projects and users. In fact, we wanted to give an easy management of the users and projects, so we created also an interface which could let everyone manage access to various projects in the same server and decide what roles users should have. So you could have many users for students, which could upload and download data, but also have administrator users that could manage more efficiently the data and also create these merge projects, which had the many data points found by the users. This was good, and this is basically what we got from this application. As we can see, there's many points,
And they were all collected by various people in different time frames, but we managed to merge them all in a few seconds thanks to this software. And we didn't have to spend hours of our time manually putting the layers in QGIS. All was done automatically in just a few seconds. This is great and all, but it still takes a lot of time because you have to go out manually and search for all the nests. Maybe there could have been an easier way to do. So we decided to go higher, literally, because we tried to use satellite imagery to find the nests directly from the images. Sadly, the resolution was still way too low. The images aren't good enough to see the nests. As you can see, they don't have a great resolution. So we had to find a new way if we wanted to use this data, which, by the way, is taken from EO browser, which lets you freely use the data collected by the Sentinel satellites of the European Union. So we tried to use in a smarter way, maybe seeing if there was a correlation between where the procession area was found and the moisture index in the area. So seeing if procession area maybe was found more in more humid areas or in less humid areas. Sadly for us, this wasn't the case. We tried, but as you can see, there is no real correlation between where procession area is found and the humidity of the place. So we needed to find another way if we wanted to take a different route.
Okay. And so we decided to step back down. We were pretty bummed about it, but we had to find another way to make this process automatic. And we could use the pictures that took that the students from the second year took while going around the woods and taking note of the processionary nests. We could use these pictures and give them to an automatic code that could make this automatic and look for the number of nests in that picture and give us a proper way to have a number for the nests. And so we did. We used Python and the OpenCV library, which allowed us to use the pictures from the students, filter out every pixel that is not white, clean the image, and give us the final number of the processionary nests in the picture. But there's a catch. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Not everyone has a great camera, and not everyone does know how to take good pictures, especially with colors and light balance. Well, in this example, the picture on the left, I guess, yes, the left pictures is overexposed. It has too many white pixels. It's gonna have problems. The program is gonna have a lot of trouble looking for white pixels. For example, it's gonna pick up the leaves. It's gonna pick up the log, and it's not great. You get the idea. While the other picture is better in color and saturation and vibrance, and overall, it's a good picture. You get the idea. And the code, the Python code, is gonna have an easier time to look for processionary nests, and it's gonna be even better if the picture is taken from ground level, which in this case is exactly taken from ground level. And this one is a picture taken from a student and given to this code. And yeah, you get the idea. And in the meantime, other two schools are willing to cooperate in this experiment, and they got interested and decided to join us. Not precisely on looking for processionary nests, but for example, the North Macedonian school in Bitola decided to join us to look for fungi in the trees in their woods, while the Bosnian school of Banja Luka decided to join us also for looking for other kind of illnesses in the trees. And that it is where we are today. We are here in Milan, presenting to you the Marconi Rovereto GIS experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before leaving the floor to the other two schools, we have a comment. You can wait. Okay, so please. You can start.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea. I'm a geography teacher from Ion Neculce National College from Bucharest, Romania. Today, I will present you shortly our main team and the subjects that we developed in our school in the last 3 years. Our team was composed by 6 teachers from subject STEAM, and also 60 students from STEAM classes. The main theme was identification and analysis of climate changes in the Danube Delta in the last 30 years, based on satellite images. The second replication output and the final results will be presented by our students in few minutes. What is important for the moment and for the future in our country is GIS networking that we created. It's about a network of schools that received a training package and started working with students in this tool in GIS. We started already holding GIS workshop in schools in Bucharest, and here we can see some pictures from the first workshop. Now I want to introduce our students, Andrei and Bogdan, to present our results. Please.
Okay. So the first map we did was the general map of Danube Delta. The general map is a graphic representation of the area, which, as the name imposes, contains both anthropogenic and natural characteristics of the area. Like, for example, you can see transport network, vegetation areas, and hydrographic network, but also you can see settlements and administrative units here on this map. Next up, we did the supervised classification. Supervised classification is dividing the land's utility and by analyzing and geoprocessing false image satellite images. So for this purpose, we divided the map into 3 classes: areas covered in water, arable areas, both cultivated and uncultivated at the time of making the image. This is the map from 1990, and this is the map. This is the map from 2021. For this 2021 map, we did the same methodology. The image was passed through the same spectral filter. We divided into the same 3 categories, as you can, so we can recognize very easily the green. With the green, we can see the vegetation, spaces with vegetation. With the blue, we can see the areas with water, and with brown, we can see the bare land. As a result, over these 30 years, we can see that the water bodies have a larger surface, and this is mainly because of the climate change. But also a little part of the blame can be put on the natural corrosion of the rocks. You can see the difference. Next up is the Corinne land cover. And the Corinne land cover is a set of land use data belonging to the European Copernicus Monitoring Service. These data sets contain several classes and uses, from natural areas to anthropogenic areas. As you can see, there's a lot of different classes in the legend, from discontinuous urban fabrics to vineyards to mixed forests and all of this. This is a big variety of data. And so, unlike the supervised classification, the Corinne land cover datasets are made for fixed years. In this case, just for 1990, 2000, 2012, and 2018, which was the latest and the oldest for this comparison. And last up, we have the water and wetness, which is the data set that displays the presence of water and then degree of wetness over a period of time. For this instance, we have the period of time from 2009 to 2018. This is 10 years. This dataset is not limited to any specific type of land cover, so it shows the physical presence of water and the wetness of the surface without taking in consideration the vegetation and everything from beside it. So we can see clearly the temporary wet surfaces and the seawater surfaces and all of that. And this is beneficial in for conducting soil and agricultural analysis, and also useful for a variety of agricultural developments. And next up, for the replicability part of the project, I let my colleague Bogdan to present.
Okay, thank you. So in the replicability part of the process, we had to apply what we have learned doing the math for Danube Delta to an underdeveloped country in Africa. We choose the Nigeria with the Niger Delta being the biggest economy, one of the biggest economy in Africa. But even though it's one of the biggest economies in Africa, it's still an underdeveloped country. So we couldn't do an temporal comparison in time like we did on the Danube Delta. We limited ourselves to comparing these maps with the ones that we did to Danube Delta and see the differences. The first is the general map. It was made doing the same, follows the same process as the one for the Danube Delta. And we can see as well the hydropogenic network, the transport network, administrative network, and the topology elements. Next one is the land use map. It's very useful for agricultural activities as well as for fishing. One of the biggest industries in Nigeria, alongside the petrol one, is the palm oil one, which brings a lot of revenue in the country. The next one is the supervisor classification. As we can see the characteristics of Nigeria Delta, the natural characteristics, as like river settlements, ocean waters, and vegetation. Next up, we will talk about the video and written report. I won't get in detail with the written report because it's very long. And if you want to know more about what we discussed today, you can read it. Do you have time to show the video report? Can I show it? No? No? Okay. Okay, okay then. I have one more thing to say. Our participation in the national contest Made for Europe, which is a national contest that participants conquer with their final results from European projects. We have participated with this roll-up right here, which we have thought to be the best way to depict, to show all of normal people our maps and to introduce them to the public. We obtained the first place in Bucharest on the preliminary round, and on the national round we ended the second place. We were presented a total of 130 different European projects, and we introduced our project practically to a national scale, presenting it to 42 different educational inspectors, and also school directors and school professors. Thanks to all our partner organizations, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Sorry for the video, but I guess that we will see it on the different social media channels. Now, a few words of Professor Bianchi before we leave the floor to the last school.
Sorry, really unfortunately, I have to leave. But let me say thank you. Thank you to everybody, but in particular, thank to you. Thank you to all the students. For all my life, I thought that the school has to provide not only information, but to provide the capacity to build up strong human relations. What we have seen today is that this methodology is able to provide the kind of complementarity that I said before, that said Adam Smith in 1776. but is also providing that in the time that we are living, what is relevant is to build up what we can call in Italy gli affetti, una scuola affettuosa, a school that is able to build up relation among the students, training the people not to live together, not to live alone, but to live together, to become so solid that they have the capacity to live without any fear of the others. And I think this is an extraordinary result of this project. Grazie.
Ciao ragazzi.
Sorry, I suggest before Professor leaving that you come all here for just 1 minute and we take the group picture in such a way that then we are free of going.
Ritorno.
All the students in front.
No, perché c'è
Don't you go to it that way? Was here? Thank you.
Grazie.
Now you can feel it.
I don't mind.
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay,
Yes.
we can move on.
We wait for the people.
Yeah. Sit 1 moment, yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, just
Wait, people sitting down.
yeah. Can we all sit for one last presentation, please? Okay. Thank you very much. Now we leave the floor to the Jesper. Okay, so please, if you want to.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Present to myself, I'm Carlos. Carlos from Formentera. I'm the teacher. And first of all, we are from Formentera. Formentera is a little island at the south of Ibiza. Here. It's a little island at the south of Ibiza. And our question was, how is affecting the global warming change in our island? And we focused our study in 2 lagoons. In 2 lagoons, how is affecting during a long period of times this global warming change in these lagoons? Let's see. The characteristic of these lagoons is like you can see, is 1 square kilometer, 3.5 square kilometers, but we have to think about the depth of these lagoons are only approximately 4 meters. Okay, and for the project, I think it's much better to present, to introduce you one of our pupils, Robert.
Hello.
That it continue the presentation.
Hello, my name is Robert, one of the students of Formentera. This study is based in 2 things. One of is learning about QGIS things, and we study 3 things: rainfalls, reflectance, that is the algae variation study, and temperatures, air and water. For the data of rainfalls, we use web database, and for air temperature too. So for water temperature and reflectance, we use Sentinel Air browser app data. We wanted to use the satellites of Europe, the Sentinel ones, but it was launched was launched early in 2016. So we used the UK American satellites. So the result of this study was rainfalls in Formentera decreased a little bit from the 80s to the 2000. And for air temperatures, we can see that it's a little bit aberration at approximately 1 degree. For water temperature, we have 2 graphs, one of spring and another for summer. We have 3 lines. One is for the Mediterranean Sea, and another 2 red is for standard space, and green for stand prudent. We can see in the Mediterranean Sea that the temperature is normal, but in the 2 lagoons it's going higher. So we have some images to represent this variation. Yeah, for reflectance, if we remember that the space, it's the lagoon that is connected to the Mediterranean Sea. So we don't have any important increase in the algae. But in Stampulen, we have some oscillation, and we don't know why now, but later we can study. For the study in another country, out of Europe, we studied the Requillon Lagoon in República of Dominica. It's here. And we can see that in the lagoons, the temperatures go high as well in Formentera. Thank you for your attention, and thank you more.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the long run at the end, but all the students have been great. So thank you again for your contribution. Now the thing that we are all waiting for, which is the lunch break. I just want okay, I see if we can also see you. Let's see, one moment. Okay. Now we can also see you.
Excellent.
Okay, please.
Thank you. So I understand I have about 10 minutes. Probably I will not take up the entire time, so very happy to take questions at the end. I think this should be a topic for discussion, and I have the impression that no country and certainly no parliament has found the perfect solution to this problem. And the first question is precisely, is it a problem? Because we just assume, I mean, even the title of the of the session, and we just give for granted that having few, if not very few, in some cases, women studying and then working in STEM subjects or STEAM subjects is an issue. And I do tend to agree that, yes, it is an issue. Not everyone agrees. Some people say it's a free choice. Of course, it's a free choice. I come from the liberal tradition. I'm part of a liberal political party. So I do believe in choice and in free choice. So if women don't want to go into STEAM subjects, then what's the problem? The issue that I see is that this situation is not the result of choice, but it's very often the result of different kinds of obstacles that I'll be happy to go into details in a second. So the first point that I'd like to put across is precisely the following. Don't ever feel yourselves or other people that you should be forced into anything to meet some kind of quotas or to somehow balance anything. It is possible that there's just different dispositions, that people feel differently about different topics. So there shouldn't be in any shape or form, I think, any kind of forcing people into whichever career path or course of studies. So the idea of putting quotas, be they pink quotas or other kind of quotas, I find it not necessarily the best way. Some people say it's a necessary first step, one that should be abandoned once culture has changed, etc. I don't believe that that's necessarily the way. And I was reading some interesting surveys recently that according to the whole Italian population, so we're talking about Italy, indeed, pink quotas are not the way to go, even though the majority of citizens believe that women will play a bigger role in these subjects in the future, but not necessarily because of quotas or thanks to quotas. So putting that aside, no one should be forced, all right, but can everyone join these professors or these university courses or other kind of trainings? And the question that as a politician I ask myself is, are there any obstacles that we as politicians should remove, and what kind of obstacles are there? And I think we could divide them into 4 categories. You can have the formal obstacles, i.e. proper discriminatory policies of some sort. You can have then as a second category, the informal obstacles. Or by informal, I simply mean cultural. So it's nothing, nothing that you can touch, nothing that you can point to. It's not a policy of the university or anything like that. But it's just the culture, the feeling culturally that certain topics or certain subjects are not right for women. So that's the second kind of obstacles. Then you have also direct and indirect obstacles. And by indirect, I mean simply that very often the kind of jobs that you tend to get after that course of study do need somehow a proper welfare state around you to be able to you as a woman, I mean, to reconcile work and life. So often work and family, work and children. So the indirect obstacles could be obstacles, not necessarily to be found in the university itself or the job place itself, but simply in the broader environment, and whether that is conducive to a good environment where people, be they women or men, can equally benefit and equally work in those kind of jobs that often require being physically present. It's very difficult for an engineer, at least in some cases, to just be at home the whole time. They need to go and visit sites, they need to go and work in labs and all the rest of it. So once you've identified those 4 categories of obstacles, I think then as a politician, the duty is to try and eliminate as many of them as possible. How that can be done, it depends which political party you belong to and which political tradition you belong to. I think in my tradition, it would mostly be about precisely removing obstacles and maybe providing some kind of light incentives, or nowadays it's very popular to use nudging politics. So politics that encourages good behavior without necessarily forcing people to do anything. Other political parties might be slightly more forceful in their action by not just sort of general incentives, but tax incentives. It could be, some people might go for quotas. Some people might go for specific kind of policies dedicated at women. Very often we see that in all countries, special prizes or special kind of funds for, I don't know, startups in STEM led or founded by women. So there's a whole scale somehow of policy instruments that politics can use to change what is a reality, and it's particularly a reality in the country that I have the honor of representing. And there's also a multidimensional way in which politics can act, because very often we think it's all due to national government. Well, not at all. I'm also a municipal councillor here in Milan, and I do believe strongly that local politics can also have and play a role, because after all, local politics is very often the closest possible to the citizen, and they can put forward messages, they can do marketing campaigns for certain courses of studies, and maybe precisely that cultural change that I was talking about before could also happen at a local level, and doesn't necessarily have to start from the national level and maybe going through the national education system kind of in a top down, but it can also be bottom up, especially when one think that geographical disparities are a reality. For those of you who know Italy, they probably know this very well. For those of you who don't, the percentage of women employed, simply, I'm not even talking about STEM subject, I'm just talking about employment in general, varies immensely depending on where you find yourself on the peninsula. So whether you're from the north, you're more likely to be in work as a woman than you are from the south. So I think the role of local politics in this sense is absolutely key. And the other dimension is the international dimension. Maybe I have a bias. I lived 18 years outside of my country of Italy, and I came back to do politics. So whenever I face a problem, I always try and think, has this been tackled already? And which country has done it well? And why has it worked? And can we learn anything from it? And of course, there are countries who are in a much better place than we are in this. And so I simply say we should just maybe copy. There's no shame in copying those solutions that have worked somehow somewhere else. So taking those examples and applying them, if possible, is step number one. It might, of course, include some investment, but then again, investing in the kind of diversity that would come out of more women taking those course of studies is not a kind of investment that just leads to public debt. There's good investments and bad investments. There's good debt and bad debt. And the good debt is the one that creates some change in society and then changes for the better. And what is particularly key, I think, talking about funding and change in society, is that right now, especially my country, again, I'll just focus on that because I guess that's why you've asked me to provide my opinion. We are receiving immense amount of funding from the European Union. Partially is debt, and partially is kind of free money that we get. But all of that will have to be invested in the double, green and digital transition. And in my humble opinion, but I'm certainly not alone in thinking that, this transition cannot just happen by putting more money in infrastructures, in connectivity, and this and that. You need the human capital to go with it. It doesn't matter if a company buys lots of machineries if then there's no one to actually use those machineries or conduct maintenance or anything else. So it is absolutely key that women get into STEM, not because of just of the idea of a diverse society where everyone should be able to do everything, but also because we need those numbers to achieve this double, this twin transition, the green and digital, green and blue, so-called green and blue transition. So, and I don't think that just by having men in the workforce, that will be enough. Nowadays, the big discussion is, should we have kind of local men, or should we have immigrants to take up those positions? And my partial answer would be, well, maybe we could start by having men and women and immigrants, and that will probably be just about right and just about what we need. So I think in terms of planning ahead and thinking how we can really achieve this transition, it is key to count women as a necessary piece of this transition. And the way to do it, as I said, is through through an array of political and policy instruments. In some cases they work, in some cases they don't. Some people see fertility or kind of birth policies as linked to that. I would probably keep them separate. I think birth policies, or however you want to define them, they should be incentivized independently of any kind of scientific or non-scientific career. I think they work for all women who want to go into workforce. But I think the universities themselves, and not just the universities, professional, kind of more technical educational systems, they also have a role, and they can play a role in changing this by working on the cultural aspects and by being more present at the time where you need. And finally, as someone who has a philosophical background, so I have a degree in philosophy and then a PhD in political science, I ended up working in various tech companies for about 10 years of my life for a funny mistake of an algorithm. A headhunter thought that my PhD thesis on technocratic governments had something to do with technology, which wasn't, of course, the case. But it led me to land in a world where, in the end, my kind of philosophical background and the way I had conducted my studies was valued. So, the last note, the last comment that I want to leave you with is that maybe, of course, having more people in proper STEM education or more women in STEM education is key, but also making normal women, non-STEM women, understand that the STEM world also needs figures that are not, engineers or software developers or anything like that, and that these two worlds, especially nowadays where you have multidisciplinary approaches and lots of ethical questions related to AI and whatnot, that is it me or there's someone trying to talk?
No, we don't.
No?
No.
Okay, it could be on Zoom. Sorry, I thought someone was trying to intervene and ask a question. I'm done anyway. So simply saying, just think widely and think, of course, having more women in STEM, that's great, but also making women who are not in STEM understand that the STEM world is not somehow watertight and closed. That could also lead to change and cultural change within that world that then could have a positive spin-off effect. And role models in that sense are key. We see them more and more of them. We should be seeing more of them in the future. But I think it's, as a liberal, I'd rather have a role model that inspires lots of women and lots of girls to go into STEM than having quotas that force some of them maybe to choose a career that they, in the end, they don't feel comfortable with. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. If there's any question about on this, otherwise we can go on with our first round of table. So thank you again for your comments and thoughts about this, the importance of the interdisciplinary also in STEM education. Okay, so I invite the next guest to join us for the round table. Okay, I invite, of course, Liana Sbardella from the Provincia Autonoma of Trento. We have then Pietro Elisei from Isidora. If you want to come here, then we can, And we also should have, I hope to pronounce it correctly, Miruna Dragia, who's connected. Can you hear us? Can you turn on?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, of course.
Great.
Okay, and of course, Elisa.
Okay, so thanks again, Giulia Pastorella, Member of Parliament, for her inspiring speech. She had provided us with so many valuable inputs, and she was also, let's say, a good introduction for this second roundtable. As you know, during this morning, we talk about the importance of STEAM education and how STEAM education works in schools through many different projects. During this second roundtable, we are going to discuss how and why STEAM education are important in the society, let's say. So I would just like to start this round session with Mrs. Viviana Sbardella from the Autonomous Province of Trento. Asking, let's say, which are the commitment of the Autonomous Province of Trento in improving STEAM education?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. And if you allow me, I would like, first of all, to compliment with all the students with the works they have presented this morning. I think they were really impressive. So thank you also to the teachers who have guided them, but very well done, boys and girls. So you did a great job, and it was very interesting to see what they have been working at. Now, we have talked a lot about this today, about the importance of STEAM subjects, STEAM education. And I think we, in our school system in the province of Trento, we are very much aware of this. And we are very much aware because of some of the things have already been said during the day. But the STEAM is not only, we don't consider only a certain number of subjects. We're not only concerned about knowing certain subjects, about students learning maths and technology and science, but actually it is a way of an approach to study. There is an astrophysician, American USA, Carl Sagan, who said, science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge. And I think this is what should guide all of us that are concerned with education, with learning, and with school. It is a way of involving students. It is a way of motivating them, of making them active in learning, not passive. It's not only transmitting knowledge, but it is, we have seen it this morning, no? They have not been sitting in a classroom listening to somebody who was speaking to them. They were hands-on laboratories, and this is not only for one subject, but it is useful, and it is the methodology we have to use for all the subjects, which is a problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning, and task-based learning, all methodologies that will allow students to deal with real problems, with problems that are in a real world, that makes sense to what they are studying. It's not only that they have to do practical things. They have, obviously, there is a part of theory of study, but it helps to make sense. If we want to motivate them, what they do does to need to enter in a frame of sense. In our province, we try to support this also with the help of institutions that are in the province. First of all, we think that teacher training is absolutely fundamental, because if teachers are not themselves are not guided in learning how to introduce these methodologies at school, it doesn't work. And we have an institute in Trento, which is called IPRASE, that is an institute that trains teachers at the beginning of their career, but also during the career. And it is, some of its training is focused on STEM, teaching STEM subjects and STEM methodologies, or STEAM or STEM. And we are trying to update curriculums, and we are starting new courses where STEAM is very relevant. There are many schools who have started 4-year courses. In Italy, our secondary school courses are all 5 years. There are about 9 schools that have started new 4-year courses that was allowed by the ministry. And all these courses are based on STEAM subjects and STEAM methodologies. We have one person in our Department of Education that is totally devoted to accompanying to the schools and the teachers in introducing and using this methodology. And we have other institutions, Fondazione Cariter, which is a foundation that is very close to schools and the education systems, that financed courses, teacher training courses together with the province. It was co-financed and co-planned and projected to train teachers, especially on STEAM methodologies. And then we have Foundation Bruno Kessler, which is a research center, a very renowned research center, and university in Trento. With these 2 institutions, there is a close cooperation with the schools, especially to introduce in schools projects that allow young students, but I mean even primary school students, to approach STEAM, in order also to remove attitude before the person was speaking before me was talking about this, and to allow girls to approach these subjects without prejudice. And finally, we have a very close cooperation with the economical institutions, with Confindustria, with the industries that finance also projects for school, even elementary school, that introduce this very active and hands-on. They have to face very practical, real activities that give answers to what is a need. So they have to develop the ability to read, interpret, and then give answers to what are needs in the real world, obviously basing on what they have been studying. I think that is mostly what we are trying to do, very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for having represented the, thanks for having provide us this innovative landscape of the autonomous province of Trento in promoting educational offers and educational innovative projects. Now, switching from, let's say, a regional perspective to an urban perspective, I would like to leave the floor to Pietro Elisei, which is an urban planner, and which is the president of ISOCAR, which is the Global Association of City and Urban Planner. So, Pietro, what do you think from the city's perspective? Which are the skills needed for cities to effectively addressing the twin transition and those STEAM matters?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. As you said, ISOCARP is an international community of planners, international experts, represent more than 90 countries and a community of 3,000 international experts active every day on the try to find a way to solve the many problems of the contemporary city. STEAM education, of course, is essential in urban planning. And especially in this moment where actually, I think it was in 2015 or 2016 that in few months, we produced the data that we were capable to produce in the entire history of our humanity. So now in 1 month, in 2 months, we produce a number of data. The problem is that majority of this data, we cannot use them because they are not organized. We don't have the metadata, the ontologies to use it in the proper way, especially in urban planning. So we have a sort of data pollution, but now we are in the situation to understand what we can do. About city transformation, about the green transformation, digital transformation, these are the key topics now in the European policies and instruments, I think even to the new European Bauhaus. The problem is actually how to bring them into the decision-making process. I mean, it's more than 20 years that we are working on evidence-based planning, especially with many policies and instruments promoted by the EU level. But the problem is that then the decision is not considering this evidence-based. Here, I think this is the very first important step, how we make the decision and evidence-based planning. There is a gap. I don't know if it is positive or negative, this gap, but there is. And of course, data analysis is one of the very first steps for us as urban planners where we can use STEAM education. Another point is we talk about geographic information system. I don't go into the details. Sustainable development, especially in the 3 key domains that we face as urban planners. I mean, housing, public space, mobility. Here we can completely change the picture on using the data in a proper way. And especially, I mean, I see always 3 great, independently on this operational domain of planning, there are even some ontologies like resilience, sustainable development, good urban governance. Again, in this case, a proper use of data and consequently, even defining the proper instruments, this is even a problem of policies. I mean, we can have the data, but basically after the data, we need to create the context for using the data. And especially in Italy, but even in Romania, where I live now, there is in the last year a lack of creativity from the politics. I mean, the previous intervention did a clear division between politics and policies. I mean, politicians should provide more instruments to use this data. It means more policies, going beyond the technical normative tools and defining policies for contextualizing this data, so complex policies. This is even an important assets. So we need assets, we need domain, we need situations to make this data usable. Otherwise, they remain in this chaos, in this confusion, and but definitely STEAM education is essential. And the very last point, it's related to the smart cities. And this is even very important. We are now 10, 12 years dealing with this kind of way of shaping the city. Now we are already passing beyond this concept of smart cities, and even there we had a very good occasion to better use the data in making good decisions. It partially happened, okay? At the end of the day, this question of smart cities became more to make the infrastructure in a different way. So it was not achieving what was promising, in my opinion. But we can insist on that. So basically, I conclude with that. I mean, it is important for resilience, climate adaptation, climate mitigation. We are in the full period of climate transition. This is important. It is important for good urban governance. I mean, in the way that we decide new policies for contextualizing the use of data through mediation. So keeping the decision close to the data. And it is important for sustainable development. And about sustainable development, this is important even to link the role of communities and participative planning processes within the decision-making at local, regional level, or sometimes national level, depending on the governance of the single member states, if we look at Europe, but in general. That's from my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pietro. Thanks, Pietro. And I have to say that your intervention remind me to highlight also a very important point of this project, and especially the projects developed by the pupils. So the fact that in most of the cases, the local public authorities declare to be very interested in using this data for the urban policies. So I think this is the point. So to link policies, politics, and exploit the use of data. So in a very small way, but we can say that in this case also some of the projects were very, very successful. So now we can have a European comparative perspective on those topics, thanks to the intervention of Miruna Draghia, which is head of cabinet, Secretary of State for the Ministry of Investment and European Projects in Romania. So Miruna, if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
I'm very glad to leave the floor to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I also have a PowerPoint presentation, so if I can share my screen, I think this would be useful because it's a bit informative, the presentation, so it might be helpful for the audience.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, great. Can you see?
Yes, great.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so hello everyone. I know this is the afternoon session, so I really hope that you still have some attention you have after the coffee break and the lunch break. So my name is Miruna Draghia. I am working at the Ministry of Investments and European Projects in Romania. Maybe I can start with a few words about my background. I'm an urban planner. I have a PhD in interjurisdictional spatial planning, and I'm also serving as a teaching assistant at Ion Mincu University of Architecture and Urban Planning in Romania. So actually, I will speak today on both these capacities, but of course with a stronger focus on the perspective from the central government. My presentation today will be focused on, or actually it will give you an insight into the funding opportunities that we have in Romania, dedicated to the twin transition of green and digital, but also to the educational sector. Can you see the slides? Okay, I think it's all clear now. So before starting to discuss a little bit the importance of the new skills that have to be developed within the students, I would like to start by congratulate you for this project that was focusing actually on fostering the teaching of STEAM subject in secondary schools. And I also have to say that I was very happy to find out that the next generation of high school students will be skilled in GIS technology and will have the competencies to use GIS to better respond to climate change challenges, especially in my capacity as an urban planner and a teaching assistant at the university. I also want to make a point actually about Pietro's last point. I think he highlighted very well the context and the relevancy of STEAM in the field of urban planning domain, but also he highlighted a little bit the European context toward this transition of green and digital. So starting from this context, I also want to stress that we understand that we have to prioritize the development of skills that empower students to respond to the requirements of new jobs, which might actually differ a lot from what we've been doing traditionally in schools. So this means that we have to put our efforts into shaping them as leaders and innovators of tomorrow needs. And we have to develop problem-solving skills within students to cultivate a sense of determination and resilience. We also have to think about encouraging perseverance, teamwork. We have to find different ways to make the information and to transmit the information in an easily understandable way to students. We have to stress creativity and critical thinking, but also an entrepreneurial mindset in our students. So this is actually not an easy task, to be honest. Also speaking as a teaching assistant, we have to come up with new and innovative measures and methods to keep them informed, to keep them up to date, and also to keep them focused on what we are trying to teach them. What we do actually in our environment is to create a collaborative environment. We try to enable students to develop their interpersonal and communication skills in order to prepare them to cope with the challenges of the 21st century world. So actually, now getting back to the funding opportunities at the national level, there are some good perspectives coming from the EU funding. This means that between the 2021 and 2027 funding period, we have an allocation, or Romania has an allocation of 75 billion euro, which is split into 15 components of the PNRR, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, and 16 funding programs funded by the cohesion policy. I want to mention that out of this money, more than 20% are dedicated to objectives such as smart growth and digitalization, climate and energy transition, but also education. I won't go into the details of each funding program, but I would like to make a point on the national funding opportunities for the STEAM education. First of all, we have the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which includes a significant allocation for education sector. And from this funding, I would like to mention the project that covers Educated Romania, which actually tries to provide access to modern technological resources to educational institutions in Romania. Also, another point that I want to make is that the Romanian government has set specific targets and timelines for the development and adoption of a legislative package to support the Educated Romania project, and this shall be done by the end of 2023. So this is a milestone that it's quite approaching, and we have to pay attention to deliver it. In other words, I want to stress that this demonstrates that the Romanian government is committed to create a modern and inclusive education system and equip students and educational institutions with the necessary skills, but also infrastructure dedicated for a modern and up-to-date educational system. Just a few mentions about the priorities of this program. We focus on equipment and digital technological resources to educational units so that schools can benefit from new technological resources, enabling them to embrace digital tools and enhance the learning experience of students. Also, we try to focus on the procurement of some smart labs, which is the, let's say, an innovative or new concept for the Romanian educational institutions. And we hope that these will serve as hubs for practical learning and experimentation, but also to provide students to develop digital and critical thinking skills. Among other measures that we are supporting through the PNRR, I want to mention the support to educational units with a high risk of school dropout. We understand that this is a problem in Romania, and we really want to come with some underlying, with some measures to address the underlying factors that are contributing to the dropout rates and provide the necessary support for this type of students or high school students. Actually, in this case, the beneficiaries and the grants will be provided to more than 1,000 schools and 2,500 educational institutions. So the targets are high, but we are really committed to follow them in the next years through the PNRR. The last point that I want to make about the funding that is dedicated from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan is the project dedicated to the online school. We saw that the pandemic times brought these new challenges of digital homeschooling and digital infrastructure that we have to say that we were not prepared for them at the moment. So now one of the investments that we are following in this program is dedicated to a platform and the content creation for digital learning. And by this project, we are determined to create an inclusive and innovative education system that prepares students for the challenges and opportunities of this century. Now I will move from the PNRR to the second national program that is dedicated to education and employment in Romania. This program actually places a strong emphasis on enhancing the quality of education and vocational training. And I would like to stress here the vocational training and the non-traditional, let's say, skills that are needed in our society nowadays. And we are focusing on improving adaptability of the students to be better equipped with skills for the changing labor market dynamics, and also to be able to cope with the challenges that are posed by innovation and technological progress. The program has an allocation of 370 million euro, and it aims to address the gaps and challenges in our education and training system, preparing individuals for successful careers and equipping them with the necessary skills for a rapidly evolving economy. I won't stress on the measures that are on this program, but maybe just a few words about the impact that we are trying to ensure through the program, which deals with diversifying the opportunities for the training and development of students' key competencies. Actually, this is one of the main points that the program stresses. And the second one is the development of high quality, flexible tertiary study programs correlated with labor market requirements. Here is another point that we were stressing through the program to make a better correlation and a better link between what is needed in the labor market and what are the preparation and skills that students get from the schools nowadays and what they might get in the future times. So now I'm getting towards my at the end of the presentation, but I won't conclude before showing an example, a very short best practice example that it's a project initiated by a local government in Romania. It's actually a sector of the Bucharest municipality. The project is dedicated to strategic planning for digital transformation and green energy. And this project is funded by European funds, having an allocation of more than 700,000 euro. Actually, I chose this project because it highlights not also the central government commitments, but also the local governments to align with the goals of the green and digital transition. But it also stresses the need to prepare public servants or civil servants to be better prepared to these digital skills that are required also into the local government institutions. Besides other objectives, one of the key objectives of this project is also the retro digitalization of the documents from the institutional archive, which shows again the efforts that are done by local administration to step from a traditional paper-based approach to a digital one. Another point is that the project focuses on training specialized personnel, recognizing also the importance of equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills that are required in the context of digital transformation and green energy. So I think that all in all, this project is a very good example of how education, training, and strategic planning can play a crucial role in driving the green and digital transition, but it can also serve as an inspiration for other institutions or other public administration to adopt these kind of approaches to foster a culture of innovation and sustainability in this society. One last point that I want to make, which is also maybe some reflections that I had, is that the twin transition emphasizes the importance of unity and collaboration in creating a sustainable and digitally advanced future. And I think that this is a very important journey that requires talented and adaptable workforce that has to be supported by better education systems and vocational training programs. What we do from the government level is that we really hope that the investments that are put to the beneficiaries will pave the way for an educated and technological advanced Romania. And I also think that working together, we can build a more sustainable future, and we can lead the next generation to really do this technological and digital progress. And of course, I think that maybe these last optimistic points also come from the background of the teaching assistant, because I have witnessed in the last 2 or 3 years to a very proactive movement within the new generation of students. And this is something that gives us a really good feedback towards the advancement to the green and digital transition. So thank you for your attention. I will stop the screen now. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miruna, for your very articulated intervention and for let us know how the Romanian government is going to face this challenge through the resources of the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, but also other public resources. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if there are any comments on questions to our speakers, even those online. Otherwise, I will just like to invite you to join us for the coffee break. Okay. Thanks again, Miruna. We will have now this 10 minutes coffee break, and then we will go back with the second round.
Okay, we should start again. Okay, so we are ready to start again. If you can all take place, please. Thank you. Okay. The second round of table of today is introduced by our Professor Maria Brovelli, which I will leave the floor to. And so if we are all ready, okay, you can start, please.
Okay, so thank you, Eleonora, and thank you for being here. I'm very happy to host you all at my university and the colleagues, people seen so frequently online and so rarely in presence, in person. So I'm very happy of that, and I'm very happy of having here also the students, and I will ask you to pay attention for one more, what we can say, half an hour, 45 minutes, because then it's finished and you can go around in Milan. Okay, so my presentation is not really a keynote. I'm presenting a new project. New means started last year. Which is in part similar to what we have done with this project. And from that point of view, we can say that we were the first focusing on these topics and understanding the importance of enlarging these topics also to secondary school. So in many years, you student can say when the GIS and the Copernicus data and everything like that will be normally program of the studies of the other young people, you can say we were the first. Yes, we were the first doing that. We opened the way to that. So you have to be very proud about that, because I can't say that this is the reason, this project was the reason for the starting of other projects. But what we can say is that we were the first. Okay, so Copernicus for School and the Great Disaster Challenge is a project that is, you see, there are many partners, many of them are the National Spatial Agency. And you see that you see here the logos and the names of all these partners. The leader of the project is the Norwegian Space Agency, and then you see Portugal Space, you see also the German Aerospace Center, and so on. So you understand that now there are also these important agencies which decided to give more importance to the education also at the secondary school. What we want to build with this project. So the final event will be a full day event happening simultaneously at schools in all participating countries. And you see here the participating countries, a lot of countries in Europe. And the objective is to inspire pupils, so age 13, 16, as well as teachers, because obviously this is something that has been done with the collaboration and with the co-creation of teachers to use and better understand the Copernicus program and the possibility that lay within Earth observation. Okay, so what are the reasons for this project? First of all, is due to the fact that currently not much Copernicus is taught in secondary school. There is then the potential to reach new user segments, which are students with big ripple effects. But then the point is that we can also increase focus on climate, environment, and sustainability in the curriculums of secondary schools. And then Copernicus and GIS are useful tools to teach these topics in a visual and interactive way. And now that you know how to work with GIS, you perfectly understand this sentence. Okay, for preparing to this event, what we are doing. First of all, the point is to develop a plausible disaster case and then customize these events for all the participating countries. Then and you can imagine where we are working in, developing teaching material, training courses and videos, developing an appropriate methodology as well, then translate and customize the material where necessary and put in subtitles for videos, but also involve relevant Copernicus services and experts, researchers, prepare and publish the material on the page of this project, which is FPCAP page, and then having providing the lessons to the teachers, preparing the communication and the promotion. Okay, what will be this disaster challenge event? Will be an event in the first 3 months of 2025. I don't remember how to call it in English. And at the same day, participating all the countries, it will be one full school day. So it could be that you're interested. The point is that we want to focus more on collaboration than on competition. We want to ask students to be able to react to a real life disaster, and specifically with respect to disasters, those disasters will be considered flooding event, volcano eruption, and wildfires. At the end of the project, there will be a summary session, the collection of feedbacks and change experience, lesson learned, summary report, and everything that is common for all projects. And this is the timeline of the project, but as I said, the most relevant point is this great disaster challenge event here. And then the other point that can be of interest of you is the training and the teacher training specifically, because these will be available for everyone. So we are preparing the material, we are giving the lessons will be also online and everyone can attend it, but they will be also recorded in such a way that you can also attend this lesson later on. So the first part refers to webinars. There is one webinar about climate evolution, which will be, so extreme weather events, which will be presented by the Copernicus Climate Change Service, then Copernicus Emerging Management Service, which will be presented by the Civil Protection, and Copernicus Land Monitoring Service with some simple principle of remote sensing. Beside that, there is something that you know very well. So you will be the best in the class because there are some lectures related to QGIS, but as you see, definitely less number of hours than you. This is the reason why I know that you can be the best. And you see there is something that you know very well. So introduction to GIS and QGIS, how to use the Sentinel Hub in your browser, how to retrieve Copernicus Emergency Management Service data, and the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. And then the other point is to consider the population and the land cover in such a way to compute, but I'm pretty sure that you are already able of doing that, of computing the population which is affected by the flooding and the land cover affected by the flooding. Are you able of making this computation? I'm speaking with the students. What do you think? We will check later. Okay, so the point is that, as you see, most of countries, unfortunately, we have disasters. And so besides the fact that the training will be made using Italian data, it will be enough general that in every country, the people can use the data from the Copernicus Land Management Service and from the Copernicus Emergency System, using their data, exactly repeating what they were taught, they can compute what's happening in their country. Okay, then obviously being a project, we needed to have also some indicators. And as I told you, is a project where many space agencies, national agencies are involved. And therefore the number of schools, students, and so on is very, very high, is higher than the case we considered. This was a small project comparing to that one. Which are the challenges and which are the opportunities? With respect to the challenges, probably most of professors here agree with the challenges. So first, the first point is that there are different school calendars, because the event date is not yet set yet, because the calendar of schools is not the same in all Europe. Then, with respect to the students and the school, there are different curriculums, and each country has to connect the activity to their national curriculum. There is a common challenge that you know very well. Teachers have busy schedules. And so we have to consider that they have not so much time for teaching their students how to deal with these new subjects that are not yet in the curriculum. Then another point is that some countries can get an official certification for the teacher training and for the event from the Ministry of Education. So, and this improves the teacher motivation, but this is not common to all countries. So every partner has to deal with a different situation because still is not standardized at the European level. And then, obviously, it is required an extensive experience and knowledge within the team. Okay, the priority is to make the training material and the challenge event attractive, educational, fun, and easy repeatable, so it can be implemented in classrooms for many years after the event itself. This is the challenge, what we are betting in. And okay, then all the learning material will be available for everyone. It is possible also that countries which are not included, they can also adhere to this initiative if they are interested. What we are doing currently is to collecting the relevant existing material, because as a matter of fact, it exists already material. The GIS4Schools, for sure, is a good starting point. And this is the first point, but again, if you are interested in this project, in participating and so on, you can contact me, but better to contact the leader of the project. You see, the leader of the project, as I told you, is the Norwegian Space Agency, and specifically the person is Peter Skanke. So if you're interested, please contact them, and this is my conclusion. Thank you. I don't know if there were questions, so you can ask later. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that now we can proceed with the second round table. And I invite the guest of the second round table to join us in the front of the table. For this second round, let's say, we will have Maria Podolsky-Ziegler, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, from the European Commission Directorate General for Education and Culture. So I don't know if she can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Here we are. And then, of course, Jessica Newbit has already joined us from Indire Scientifics. I also ask Milos Mikhailko from the University of Pressure. And we have also connected online Andrea Taramelli from the Italian National Delegate Copernicus User Forum. And then we have, of course, our Professor Brovelli from Polytechnic of Milan. So, I don't know, I will leave the floor to Piero, who will moderate this second round table. Of course, the president of the Euronaic Association.
Grazie, Leonora. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the panelists, and thank you, everyone, for being with us so long today. I think it's quite an interesting and rich conversation we are having today. Without much further ado, I'll give the word to Mrs. Podolsky-Ziegler from European Commission. I think you have a presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, first of all, and thank you so much for the invitation to this conference. And let me, first of all, congratulate you warmly to this wonderful project you have presented today. And particularly, I would like to congratulate students, teachers, and all the organizations involved. And I have to say it is a special joy and satisfaction for us working in Brussels in the European Commission to see the results which Erasmus program can produce. I have indeed prepared a presentation. Just a second. I have been asked to provide the European perspective on STEM education. I would like to outline briefly why is STEM important, what is the European cooperation in STEM education all about, and also what is STEAM or integrated STEAM learning actually, and finally, what can we learn from Erasmus+. As said by Professor Bianchi already, we live at the age of hyper-complexity, radical uncertainty, unprecedented change. And digital revolution has been considered as the main accelerator of this development. Massive changes are not something to be connected to a distant future. They have already become the fact of life. Who has predicted the COVID-19 pandemics or the war in Ukraine? We are witnessing political, social, economic, and cultural processes at a global scale, drifting towards unknown. The role of education becomes crucial at times like that. But the question is, what education and what for? The EU framework of 8 interlinked key competences for lifelong learning tries to give a direction. It defines essential knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values all individuals need to possess for personal fulfillment and development, for employability, for social inclusion.
I'm sorry, we keep seeing the same slide. I don't know whether you were
It's okay. It's okay. The keywords. Yeah. And also for a sustainable, healthy lifestyle and active citizenship. Transversal skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, communication, negotiation skills, analytical skills, creativity, intercultural skills are embedded throughout the key competencies. Now, STEM belongs to the 8 key competencies for lifelong learning. But I would need to clarify that at school level, we speak about mathematics, natural sciences, and also geography, according to the national curricula. The digital competence is usually treated separately. The digital and green transition have been put very high on the EU political agenda, along with inequalities and with democratic deficits. All of them need new ideas and STEM-driven solutions. What is the European cooperation in the field of STEM education all about? I need to stress that in the field of education, the main competence is with the EU member states. The European Commission provides a supportive platform to share ideas, to learn from each other, and to address common challenges. Those challenges in the field of STEM education include underachievement in basic skills. It means in mathematics and science. 1 in 5 15-year-old in Europe is lacking basic skills in mathematics and science. Secondly, we heard about the persistent gender gap in education. Although the level of performance there is almost no difference in the level of performance between girls and boys, but still much less girls than boys decides to choose a career and educational paths after leaving the secondary education. We speak about a leaky pipeline in this context, because even when choosing those disciplines, when the career or the education progress, more and more girls decide to leave. Finally, we are facing teacher shortages across Europe, particularly in STEM education. And there is a strong need for teacher education and training. Now, what is the response of education to those challenges? Many educators and researchers would agree that there is a growing inadequacy of traditional teaching and learning, so as to respond to this changing world. STEAM, or an integrated STEM learning, offers a novel thinking about the educational process. It overcomes the fragmentation and isolation of disciplines, or, as Piero Dominici put it, it heals the fracture between the human and the technological. STEAM connects STEM topics with each other on the one hand, but also with other disciplines such as art, humanities, social sciences on the other hand. And in this way, it puts STEM education in a real-life context. This contextualization of STEM education creates a better understanding of the world around in its complexity. This approach not only transfers knowledge, but also helps to develop skills attitudes, values. We say it involves in learning heads, hearts, and hands. But an integrated STEAM teaching requires different methods of teaching and learning, which is, as it was said before, student-centered, inquiry-based, problem-based. And this makes also learning experience more enjoyable, more fun. Such teaching and learning methods are also more inclusive and attractive to a diverse group of learners. This novel teaching and learning process resonates with ideas presented by Yuval Harari, a historian and a philosopher. The 4C education, to continuously learning and reinventing oneself. Not the pure acquisition of knowledge, but developing universal life skills like critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, should help to navigate a world where change is becoming the only certainty. According to Harari, those who want to survive and thrive in such a world, those people would need a strong mental flexibility and emotional balance. Tomi Kilakowski, it is a Finnish researcher, has translated these ideas into an educational model. This outlines, so to say, the shift from learning 1.0 to learning 2.0. And this contains also elements which are present in integrated STEM approach. The model focuses on experience and community-driven learning. It is a learning which is more personalized, collaborative, and informalized. Learning seen as an intrinsic experience to human existence, which can happen almost anytime, any place, anywhere. And this institutional division into formal, non-formal, and informal learning is blurring from the perspective of the learner. This radically changes the role of teachers. It makes this profession more demanding in the sense of competences needed, but at the same time also more creative. There are thousands of Erasmus Plus projects that apply this innovative learning and teaching, including STEAM. We have started a systematic analysis of such projects which focus on a certain thematic area, such as green education or on inclusion. Work on STEAM education is in preparation. We have chosen a case study approach, a fieldwork, to better examine the educational processes behind. The purpose is to see what can we learn from Erasmus+, but also to share the best ideas and, yes, to inspire each other. What makes learning and teaching successful? What are the success factors in Erasmus+ projects? This is multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches. Pedagogies that focus on participatory, experiential, hands-on learning. Applying lifelong learning perspective with a combination between formal, non-formal, informal learning. providing continuous training opportunities to teachers. And finally, the so-called whole school or whole institution approach, which transforms the culture of a school, but also embeds learning in a local community where everyone feels responsible for learning, for education. Few examples to illustrate how such factors work. Project Climates. Students developed a GPS-based climate app on environmental issues in their specific regions. It was developed in such a way to serve as a scavenger hunt combined with a multiple choice quiz. And the goal was to see how the climate change affects the region the students represented. The Precious Plastic Project is part of the Precious Plastic movement in Portugal. It created a plastic recycling, upcycling laboratory where teachers, youth workers, students were trained. And it was a kind also of inspiration to take action to reduce waste and plastic consumption. Love Every Drop. This focus on the importance of water locally and globally. And the activities involved water audits, but also speaking about the importance of water in the past, in the present, and in the future. And this had led to changes in habits, not only of students, but also of their families, and also of the local community. The BioTalent project was addressed to teachers. It provided an online platform with e-learning courses in biodiversity. And of course, the goal was to increase competences of teachers, but also how to motivate students to engage in conservation activities. Wearable methodology used digital tools to create a digitally connected and socially interactive classroom environment. Through bracelets equipped with sensors, which could be linked to smart objects and images, the students could move around and get involved in physical and visual learning activities. Teachers could better, in this way, not only facilitate the learning process, but also assist their students. E-Magic, education in mathematics in game-based immersive context. This project was developed by a multidisciplinary group of partners, programmers, researchers, teachers. And it is an educational game, The Clash of Wizardry. It was addressed to students who consider actually that they are not so good at math and sciences. Tinkering EU is based on the concept of tinkering, thinking with hands, which came from San Francisco. It is about building science capital for all and about inclusion in education. And finally, family and community engagement in action. How to involve parents in education of their children. There were several activities aiming at providing not only non-formal learning activities and events for parents and children, but also training courses for parents so that they can better assist their children in learning. Here I have gathered a few links to the documents which I mentioned in this presentation. So if you have any questions, please come back. But this is all what I wanted to present today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mrs. Podlasek-Ziegler, thank you very much. Very insightful and comprehensive presentation. And the beauty of this panel that we move on from policy definition, policy implementation, and I'm happy to give the floor to Jessica Nivid-Gori from the Indire agency in Italy, who has a very strong curriculum in educational project implementation and direct experience. Jessica, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Nice that you're having me. Yes, I'm Jessica Nivid-Gori, and I'm working in STEM subjects, starting from implementing the 3D printer in kindergarten to European projects. So also from my background, I'm a biologist, but also a programmer, and studied also pedagogy. So now I just put my research from biology to the school. And I was very fortunate to work in also an Erasmus Plus project that ended last year, STEAMIT, where we actually tried to somehow to transfer the experience in schools in Europe. And for us, it was very important to promote an interdisciplinary approach for STEM teaching. So when we started the project, we asked that we had a team of teachers, not only one teacher, my team of 2 STEM teachers and 1 non-STEM teachers. So they created a group and we tried to implement these real world questions like pollution or biodegrading, or how to protect your world around you for primary schools and for secondary schools in an interdisciplinary approach. So we were nonetheless that there was a COVID crisis and there was a lockdown, but fortunately our teachers continued to work, and the output was about 11 learning scenarios that we implemented in European schools. And the teacher actually did an exchange of these learning scenarios and tried to implement a learning scenario that came from Spain in Portugal or in Italy or vice versa. So this was a very great experience, and from which we learned a lot about the positive things, but also the obstacles that teacher has to cope when they try to implement STEM education more interactively or more transdisciplinary way. So first of all, I think this is true for the most secondary schools, is a lack of time. Normally lesson time is around 40-50 minutes. And for projects or to work in projects, this time often is not enough. Then for our interdisciplinary approach, and just to create, to connect, or to evidence where physics, math, history, art, light are connected and how they could be connected, the teacher needed really to project and program their lesson plans together, and this is something that time is needed. And so you also need the collaboration of the leadership of the school. You need your school head that he is working with you and give the teachers the space and time just to develop this lesson plans. So, but I think this project evidenced that it's possible, but I think the school needs to change in some points to make it possible. So maybe it could not be a way for everyday business. So it's not that you can somehow just think it's that you need to learn every day in a transdisciplinary, active, self-driven way. But I think it helps a lot for motivation, but also for the learning outcome for students that in school are space and time just to do work like that in the curriculum and when you're learning. So maybe an intermediate approach would be somehow like the classic transmissive lesson, but then that you are able also to put it in practice and see how the content that the teacher's teaching you in physics actually is applied in the working world, that they're experts, they're actually needing, using this knowledge that you're doing at school just to do something that is for worth for the population or what you're living in.
Okay, Jessica. Thank you for your testimony. We also have two representatives from two European universities, the host, the Politecnico Torino, and Miloslav from the, oh, sorry, Milano, sorry. This is already next week. No, I'm known for this. I'm known for this. She hates me for this. And Miloslav from University of Prešov, both have had a very, or are having a very interesting experience in working with secondary schools. And I think it would be interesting to hear from you what it's like to work with schools and the type of benefits that this project with the secondary schools also bring to the pupils, the students that you receive in your universities. Maria?
So thank you for being here at Politecnico di Milano. No, I'm joking, and yeah, but first of all, I want to give my point of view with respect to what is the reason why, together with some people, specifically Piero and Elisa, we decided to give birth to this project. But before doing that, I want to challenge the students who are here, because I believe that the main point, or what you can answer, is a very simple question. Why I'm studying? What is the reason why you decided to go to the secondary school? What are you expecting from your study? Because we have our vision as educators, and you saw that our vision is supported by many philosophical and social and sociological reasons, and so on and so on. But this is not giving you more interest in school. So the point is, why am I a student? What I'm searching in studying? And say it. A good job. For doing what? For? I don't, you can come here. A good job. A good job for doing what?
The surveyor. The surveyor.
Surveyor? But what is the reason for doing the surveyor? It is a difficult question. I know that is the most difficult question. What I want from this life, what I want to realize, this is the most difficult question.
Change the world I live.
Okay. Okay, so for changing the world, it means that you have to better know it, study it, and the school is an option for doing that. correct? Should be an option.
It's a passage for
Is a passage?
for my future.
It is a passage for your future, but you say also for changing the world, not only for you.
Yes, change the world for me and the people like me.
Okay, so that is a very good answer. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we can see that what young people have in mind is that they want to change the world. And that is normal because we are no more, at least I'm no more young, but I remember at that time when I was young, I wanted to change the world. And the point is that as adults, what we need to do is to give them some tools for doing that. It could be that we make wrong decisions, it could be, but at least starting from our point of view, we try to do the best. But I believe that the main point, besides the technologies, because I believe that science is definitely something that we need to handle for better knowing the world around us. But I believe that the other point we have to transfer to the young generation is the critical point of view. They must criticize us. They must say you are doing wrong, but not you are doing wrong in an abstract way. You are doing wrong for this and this and this reason. That this is the difficult part. Is not saying just, oh no, I don't agree with you, but saying I don't agree with you because I don't agree with you for this reason. Okay, so this is very relevant in my opinion. And what we are doing is to try to transfer to them some tools. Like there are many problems around us. We focused on the climate change, but we have plenty of problems, inequalities, gender gaps, wars, climate change. So we are not giving them a good word, unfortunately, but at least from our point of view, we can try to give them some tools. And this is what we tried with this project as well. Then there is one more point that I want to, it could be that we didn't succeed. It could be, and you can tell us, no, you didn't succeed in such a way that the next time we can do better. So we know that it was an attempt, was a first attempt, so it could be that we were not successful. But I want to add one more point, which is even, in my opinion, more relevant. Why we are interested in those observations, data, new data specifically concerning the world. What is the reason why we want to manage technologies? We want to manage algorithms and all this stuff. We want to do that because there is something emerging or has already emerged, which is the artificial intelligence. So what we want to do with respect to that, we want to be passive users or better people used by artificial intelligence, or we want to understand what is behind that. We want that the data behind that are open, and the algorithms used there are open in such a way that we can understand what's happening around us, and it could be against us. So better to be prepared. And so I'm very happy that you accepted this challenge. I hope that we did a good job, but in case help us of improving, because we are old, but we can also improve. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, dear Maria, Professor Brovelli, thank you very much. I think not only the students have learned from this project, I've been learning working with you over three years, and I hope you can forgive me for my clumsiness. You are on the yeah, thank you very much. That helps. You're on the receiving end. You are working with a workforce that secondary schools and universities prepare for your research and your work. So tell us, what is your perspective in terms of preparing the workforce of the future, also to give the students here to continue in inspiring the students, as Professor Brovelli has done so skillfully just a few minutes ago. Thank you, Professor Tramelli.
So thanks for inviting me. I'm really happy to be in this roundtable. So as Professor Brovelli was already stating, it's really important that we start to aware young professionals from a very early stage. I'm the National Copernicus delegate to the Commission, and since almost 10 years, we have faced what we call, the last mile that is still missing. What is the meaning of the last mile? When we say, how Earth observation, and geomatics can really, improve the quality of life, it's really important that, the knowledge of the Earth observation, of the geomatics, start to be sort of like a tool that everybody can use. So at European level and then a national level, there's a huge investment if we think about Copernicus. It's a lot of new satellites, a lot of new services, a lot of new information. So I'm always underlining that there was my generation that we were devoted to producing new data, but now the young generation is not producing new data. It's how to let's say how to search in a lot of data that are coming from from the web, from other type of information. So for the STEAM, it's really important that we start to discuss with this young generation what is the importance of the information that they can work on with geomatics. This is really important. My generation was always how we can produce more information and more data. This new generation is different. It's not how we can produce more and more data, but how can we figure it out? What is the good information that we need to get at? Because we have more information that is that is useful. So it's really important that we use this type of approach. I was really happy about this invitation, because I think one of this the thing that we are always discussing at European level, but also at national level, is how we can let's say how we can increase the good practice in involving young generation in this information search. And if we start that just with the university level and with the PhD, what I was saying, the last mile it will never be covered, because the new generation of the education in Europe, it's really important to start to understand what is the type of information that is already on the table and how we can use this information. So how can we use GIS and geomatics to really deliver an information that is a value added. So it's really important. So the experience that we have since almost 10 years is the fact that I'm not saying that we have to stop to produce new data and information, but we really have to build let's say, new perspective and good practice how to use at the best the information that we already have. I'm always underlining that Copernicus at European level is an investment that was, was born with an investment of around $2.5 billion. Then with the GMS and Copernicus, it was 4 billion almost. and now there's another 5 billion investment in the next in this MFF. So this means that we have a lot of information that is flowing down to to the young generation. So it's really important, and what we are facing and what we are building, and I'm really happy about this project. It's let's say a new educational approach, where the young generation, I was amazed by, like, I would like to change the world, but to change the world and to change something, it's really important that the young generation, the new generation, really understand which are the information that are really useful to change the world. So I want to make a practical example. We are facing, and it's right, that the new generation is fighting for climate. All these new trends are putting a highlight on we need to change the paradigm. But in order to do that, we have to analyze the climate data at the best way. And we have to really figure it out, which is the climate data that we need to look at to really make a new policy to change the climate adaptation. So in this sense, GIS and geomatics can explore a new way of which are the climate data that can make a change in the new policy for the climate adaptation. So we really have a new roadmap that we have to bring to the attention of the new generation, how to use at the best this type of data. So how can we analyze? So I do think really it's a very big change of paradigm, because we don't need to produce just new data and new information, but we really have to figure it out which is the best way of analyzing this. So a sort of like replying and answer on what the person I see few from the video who was talking. What is really important, if you really want to change and why you are applying to this school and so on, it's also getting a new job, and a good job is not a new job but a really good job. It's really how you can contribute to this new way of taking this information and making out the best solution for the new policy and the other generation that will come after you. So I make another example. When I was at your age, and when I was doing my university, it was very rare. It was incredibly expensive to have just one single image from a satellite. It was an investment. When I did my master thesis, I had an investment of 5 million lire at that time to have one single image. In this moment, you have access to a number of satellite image from Copernicus, but not only satellite image, from other type of data, from the modeling part, from the in situ data, and so on. So the type of approach and the type of new education, it's really important how to use and how to analyze. So how we can take out the best information that we can from all this type of data that we are already producing. And that is the thing that I call the final last mile. We are not yet there. We have a lot of information, we have a lot of data, but how we aggregate this data and information, how we can extract a solution, it's really challenging. So this school, I think, could be, a really good example on how we can stimulate new perspective students to bring new solution, not new data and information, but using what is already on the table, how we can use at the best, and we can produce solution for climate, solution for sustainability, solution for a better life. So how to change the world. And I do think this is really important, because I'm always underlining that. Also, the European Court highlight this to the European Commission, saying, you have produced a very great and successful program like Copernicus with a lot of information and data, but all this information are not well analyzed yet. So when you are asking yourself why I'm applying to this and why I was, curious to that school and this, type of instrument, it's really how you can put information all together, and bringing all this information together, how you can extract a new and value-added information that can be used for new policy implementation, new regulation, and so on. This is really important. And I think that young students can really bring new solution and new way of analyzing data and information. And that's why I think this is really important. And just to conclude, it's really important that all these new perspective students and a new generation really understand that this will bring a new way of, let's say, of type of job. So you have to bring together, information about climate, information about industry, information about sustainability. So it's not something that is only related to engineer, to geologists, but you will have to bring together information from social science, from biology, from earth observation. So you will need to have a different approach. And this is going to be, very different, let's say, job position. So more transversal, where you don't have to focus with only one information, but with like a several, type of information. So the data analytics will be key. It could be a key to solve a lot of, thematic area like the climate change and so on. So this is, my experience in these years. We have to build a new generation that will have to deal with like several type of information, and they have to extract the right solution, bringing together new, let's say, new tools. And GIS and geomatics could be one of these.
Thank you, Professor Taramelli. Very important words that I hope the students will make a treasure of. If teaching wasn't difficult enough, we even decide to do it across different European countries with different systems and different languages. And it's a challenge on top of a challenge. And I would like to conclude with Miloslav, who can tell us about his experience in working across borders on one of these projects. Thank you, Miloslav.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be in this such a beautiful building and with the beautiful people like you. Yes, so don't worry, I'm not going to ask you anything. Just want to very shortly introduce what we are going on with the one Erasmus Plus project. So let me introduce myself. My name is Miloslav Michalko. I am from University of Prešov, it's eastern part of Slovakia. I am research assistant and my PhD is in regional geography. But in recent years, I'm dealing with open source GIS, community and field mapping. So I'm very happy that, I don't know, maybe a few years ago, someone, because I grew up on the proprietary software, ArcGIS, etc. And this concept changed my life, I would say, and also for my life. So I'm very happy to dealing now with the open source things. So like I said, let me I'll share with you our Erasmus Plus project experience, which is ongoing and where we as university were invited and where I believe we are proving that STEAM works well in the GIS and geo projects. So the project called Youth Mappers and aims to create network of mappers around Europe, all over the Europe on secondary school level, who will be motivated to map their local or global climate
or humanitarian events. So how to do it? And maybe question is maybe in cooperation, I don't know, because in this project we are 5 countries working on the project, from Italy, Romania, Spain, Portugal, and from Slovakia. And also we include 3 universities. It's Politecnico di Milano, and Madrid, Politecnico di Madrid, and Prešov University. Yes, so it's fine. And also we have 5 secondary schools. So now I will speak about our role as university in this project. So the main duty as universities in this project is to digestively provide introduction to teachers on their pupils, why mapping matter and how they can learn to do it. And also main challenge is to do it very sensitively due to our audience, because the audience is different, because we figured out that we are dealing with teachers from fields like geography, history, computer science, biology, English, and there was plenty of others. So yeah, sport, yeah, also sport. So it's great to see the collaboration across the first maybe academic world in Europe, but also the connection with the secondary level. For example, for us as universities, it is a great challenge to learn how to proceed with the dissemination of such a concept as let's say technical GIS, geodata, and open source tools to this level. But I believe it will be work. And also I think this GIS4Schools is proving it. So specifically, we are now after the first important phase of developing the training package towards regarding for the teachers and their pupils. In April, we provided the joint short-term training focusing on introduction on geospatial concept, community mapping, and field mapping tools in open source world. And we try to do like a tailor-made solution for the teachers. So before we created the handbook and training materials, we do the preliminary questionnaire, which can give us or gave us very beautiful information. For example, let me share some findings. We asked, okay, I forgot to say that we include 30 teachers from five countries. So it is not very big, let's say, statistical group, but it's still I think reasonable. So for example, the findings regarding the geodata or awareness of geodata was almost 70%, what is fine, but almost 60% of answers were not sure about the basic concepts about tables, about the rows, tabular data, etc. And these two worlds are very connected to each other. So it was very, very crucial finding for us, or for the universities which were dealing with creating the handbook. For example, the question regarding open data and open source in general, more than 35% of participants were not aware of such a terminology. So 35% it's still relevant. So we have to think about. And if we asked them about usage of map in their classes, almost, it's surprising, almost 40% of teachers never use the map to explain their educational context. So therefore, I believe the project like GIS4Schools or EU mappers and similar projects are very important to put awareness to the broad community. It's not necessary to be academic, but to also to teachers, to their pupils, and also in the governmental level, because I'm mostly dealing in my research with the implementation of GIS tools to the practice, to the government, to the municipalities. And I see in example of Slovakia, in Slovakia, I see there is very low awareness of using geodata, using maps, using GIS. So also this question proved it that we have to work with the with our recipients with maps. Another question, more than 60% never heard about any option to contribute to map with own data. So this is another important thing that if we are talking about map, people maybe looks on the map or GIS like, oh, it's too technical, something is not dealing with me. But no, now we are proving that, I mean me, but all open community, it's proving that you can bring and you can contribute like non-academic person, I don't know, public authority, but like basic human being. I don't know, sorry for the word, I'm not bad in English, but like every one of us can contribute with very beautiful and critical information into the community map, like OpenStreetMap is. So it's very nice. For example, and I have last findings from the questionnaire. Almost no participants was aware about mapathons. I don't know, it's very specific event, but also it was very good proof for us to work on this. So based on this, what I already present you, we were able, in cooperation with another 2 universities from Milan and Madrid, to create handbook, which is already deployed as interactive webbook. We already got very positive feedback from the teachers now about the handbook. So got, I believe we done it very well, I believe. For example, on Mapathon training, which was like one of the session included in this 3 days training, what I'm talking about. On this Mapathon workshop, it was 30 teachers, and at the end of this workshop, we saw the teachers help each other. They slowly get to know how to work with the data and understand the concept. It was how much? It was 3 hours workshop maybe. So after 1.5 hours, some teachers were able to understand the concept. So I think it's very good proof to say that GIS, it is not only for the academics and for the technical person. Yeah. So maybe I can mention also WhatsApp group. For me as organizer of this training, was surprising that we established the WhatsApp group, and this WhatsApp group is very live. It's still live after 3 weeks after the training. The people are posting their successes because they have to implement some dissemination, some what they learn in pre-show. So I'm very happy for that, and I hope it will work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Miloslav, and thank you for sharing your experience, which shows that we can indeed work together despite a common language, which is not our mother tongue, and with all the differences and even the geographical distances, because we had people from Lisbon coming to Prešov, which is the two far ends of Europe. And thank you for you to come to Italy. I think a big applause go to the Spaniards and to the Portuguese who came all the way to Prešov. Are there any burning questions to the panelists? You've heard a number, maybe from the students, even though Professor Brovelli has already put them on the grill already. But if you have still questions, it's the moment to ask from the teachers, from the professors, if there are things that we forgot to cover. Otherwise, I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their views and experience. Thank you very much. It was very rich and very thoughtful. And I will move to almost the final element of this day. And thank you for your patience. When we when together with Elisa, with Professor Brovelli and all the others, when we designed the project, the GIS4Schools project, we also wanted to think about the way to make it sustainable. I think that one takeaway from today is indeed the fact that these experiences, and I think you've said it all, these experiences have an impact on the way you teach, on your students, on your pupils, and on their chances to get, well, to change the world in their own words, but at least to get a proper professional future. So when thinking how to make all this wealth of data and information and training material sustainable, we came up with the idea of creating a community. And we issued a call for action, we called it, a call to take part, and we set, because European projects work that way, we set an objective in the project of having 50 schools signing up for this community, and I think we're not far from having reached the objective. But the beauty of the things is that some of the schools that signed up for this community, who would like to take over GIS4Schools and the training package in their daily training, are here with us today. And I would like to thank them very much, because there are schools from Italy, but from very far in Italy, not only from Italy. There are schools from Portugal. Thank you very much. And there are schools from Romania connected. So we've really been able, and hopefully we will be able, to make the training package and the experience that the pupils in these 3 years have developed, to make them useful and living in the future for more pupils, more schools, and more teachers. Adding beauty to beauty, we not only have secondary high schools, but we have, depending on the system you have basic schools, or I don't know how you call them in primary schools. Oh, no, primary schools. So which means, scusa? Medium schools. Medium, okay. Meaning pupils from 11 years old to 14 years old. And I think it's a very important secondary low. Thank you. It shows the experience, and this is called knowledge. Which means that what we have been developing with students between the age of 15 through 18, I think teachers themselves see that applicable to much younger students. And I think I'm a believer in this sense. Our society, our young generation are more and more familiar, but as someone was rightly saying, in a passive way. And I think we have to empower them to take control of these technologies and turn them into teaching tools and professional tools. So I'm been talking too much, and I would like to give the floor to the schools that have signed up to the GIS4Schools community, starting with a school from Portugal. Mrs. Pascoa? No, Rui, okay. And they will introduce themselves briefly, and they will hopefully share their motivation and their drivers for joining the community, and possibly what the plans they have to use the training package that was developed by the Politecnico di Milano.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here showing our project and our activities. So 3 years ago, in our school cluster, we are a cluster with 3 schools. A lower secondary school is the main school, and the other 2 are primary schools. We begin we started a STEAM project with the lower secondary classes. It was and it still is a 3 years project, but for now, here I'm showing you some of these ended projects we developed between 2000 and 2002 in the two school years. These projects are not, some of them are just one lesson projects, activities. The others are a range of weeks project, and the others 1 week project, and one of them 2-3 years project. The time scale evolution of life in Earth. So we never say our projects are pure STEAM projects. They are projects. We call them in Portuguese articulation, collaboration, sharing subjects, interdisciplinarity. Of course, the science and arts are leading these projects. Were leading. So just to show you some of the 8 projects, my hands with maths and arts and science. The evolution of the Earth, the time scale. It's a project we tried to make the evolution of the life on Earth in our wall inside the school, and the Earth in space with physics and arts, of course. Most of these projects were in the pandemic situation, so some photos you can see the students work at home to the projects. The Moon Camp with the science and the physics and the arts, of course. A boat challenge to put ships and the boats moving with a clean energy. And in the end, this is a short of a short conclusion. We applied some quiz to the students, and they answered, and to the teachers, of course, and the conclusions was everybody loved the challenge. So in the next year, our school cluster will be, after 30 years, a secondary school too. So in next year, we are planning to start the STEAM education in the secondary school and in the primary schools. In the secondary schools, maybe with the GSI and the Copernicus and who knows. So it's our project. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rui, and we'll keep in touch. I think I would like to give the floor to the friends from Bucharest, from the Scuola Centrală. Professor Irina Merciou. Don't laugh at my Romanian accent. Can you hear us? Scuola Centrală? Okay. Da? Maybe the high school Brancoveno. Are you connected? Professor Michaela Sima from Brancoveno.
Okay. Hi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. So give us your point of view for the GIS4Schools community. Thank you.
Am nevoie de un traducător. Nu mă descurc cu limba engleză.
She says that she'll need a translator, so I'll be your translator today because she doesn't know so good English.
Mă numesc Sima Mihaela și sunt profesor la Liceul Constantin Brâncoveanu din București.
Hello everyone, my name is Sima Mihaela and I am a high school professor at the High School Constantin Brâncoveanu in Bucharest.
Am participat la diseminarea proiectului la Liceul Ion Neculce. Consider fapt.
Sorry.
Yes.
Participated at the dissemination of the project that took place at the National College Ion Neculce.
Consider faptul că este un proiect interesant și util pentru noile generații.
I consider that this is a very useful and interesting project for the future generations.
Tinerii observă modificările majore ale mediului produse de factori naturali, precum și de activitate antropică, modificări cu mare impact asupra vieții pe pământ.
Teenagers can observe the changes that are made by the natural factors and as well as the anthropogenical ones and that affect our life on Earth.
Astfel, noua generație ia atitudine în ceea ce privește protecția mediului înconjurător în vederea unei dezvoltări durabile.
Through this, the young generation takes attitude in what concerns the protection of our environment.
Totodată, proiectul ajută și la orientarea profesională a elevilor.
Also, the project helps the orientation of pupils and the career orientation of the pupils in their future.
Este un proiect foarte frumos și de mare viitor.
It's a very beautiful project and can you repeat please?
Și de mare viitor.
And very useful.
Mulțumesc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would also like to add something that we missed in our presentation because of all our emotion and because we're in a hurry. We forgot to thank a very important people, very important men in who helped us conceive our maps and helped us with the data. Without him, our work couldn't have been possible. I'm talking about Mr. Adelin Lazar. Without him, we couldn't have done nothing we done until now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Sima, thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Dottoressa Daniela. No, Daniele, lo sapevo io. Grazie. From the ITET Fontana in Rovereto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will be very fast and my speech will be very short because we must come back home and the bus is waiting for us. So first of all, thank you for your welcome. ITET Fontana in Rovereto is a technical school with courses in the fields of technology and economics. In the last three years course of study, particular attention is paid to actions resulting from the Trentino trilingual plan and to alternating school working. Curricular activities in this area are developed in learning contexts
that are as integrated as possible so that school, work, Italian, foreign language communication, disciplinary knowledge, transversal skills, choice orientation, experience in real context are essential features of pathway of every student in our school. So we would like to thank you for the important opportunity of being here today. It's really a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daniele, and thank you to Istituto Fontana, with whom we've been working on a number of projects, and have a safe trip back home with a bus. Another school from Italy, from Modena, and I would like to give the floor to Professor Lisotti from the IAS Cavazzi for a short presentation.
Okay, thank you. So we are hopefully one of the new entries of the new GIS community. And it was very interesting to listen to everything today and see how, even if, as you will see in the very short presentation, coming from different points, we share similar goals. And this is why we would like to join the community. Our school is a small one in a rural area on the mountains, on the Apennines between Emilia-Romagna and Tuscany. We have 20,000 inhabitants in the town and collect students from all the mountain. But in spite of being so small, this school has been very active. You can see here many of the projects, most of them are European ones, like Erasmus Plus, one even with America. This was in the past about climate change. And I think that, yes, the key was what one of the speakers said today. It is human resources. In spite of the many difficulties of a mountain district, we had, at least we have had till now, the human resources, the teachers who are keen on innovation, international experiences, and okay, we had also some technology. Fiber optics was there very early at the school. We are a general school, which means that our students are going to university. We are not a technical school. It is called Liceo Scientifico in Italy. It is focused on science. So our students don't have specific and technical subjects where to, let's say, insert this kind of thing. But in the last 2 years, we worked with Polytechnic of Varsavia and other schools and university, even Siena, on a funded European project which was focusing on continuing to work project-based during the pandemics. And so each of the affiliated schools choose a topic, and we choose data and statistics. And the idea behind all this was that data is a very keen topic. Data is everywhere. AI is nurturing on data. We are flooded with data that we don't know really how to use. We shared as teachers the idea that statistics need some upcycling. Otherwise, students will just look at it as a very boring part of math, while we think that it is one of the new literacies for future citizens. And of course, the idea that it is transdisciplinary, it is connected to the real world, so very good for civics. And what we liked a lot was the fact that we were able, as you will see, to give to enhance students' creativity, which seems not so usual when you are working with data. So we started looking around and trying to find ways to communicate and engage with data, because as it has been said, we have a lot of data, but then if you are not able to communicate, to share it and to engage with it, it's not very useful. And we started with some experiments on participatory statistics. We worked on Kirigami statistics. And then we thought about using 3D printing to make what we are calling tangible statistics. For instance, we worked inspired by the work of an artist on the age pyramids, connected to the idea of demographics in the world and movement of populations, migration and so on. And at last we arrived to geolocalized data maps, because we wanted to have data which is geolocalized, shown on maps, to have people engage with data really in a haptic way. And to do this, we used QGIS. These are some of the models created and printed by the students. This is the process. We found the data. We used the base in GeoJSON file. We geolocalized the CSV data on the map. We had the grid, and then with intersection and filtering and counting the data, we were able to have this examples of model, extruding pillars which height is connected to the value. Of course, this is something which is to be spent in exhibition. So what is lost in precision is gained in engagement. And then at last we went to the slicing and the 3D printing. This was an example of monuments mapping. We have within the project, we had also the tutorial, both in English and in Italian, which will be available once the project is completely over at the end of May, or you can write to one of us and you will see our email in the last slide. And what we were also looking for, and this is what we think QGIS could be very good at, even for a general school like this, is about storytelling, about giving a support to data journalism, which we think could be a new way to approach also the classical writing in our kind of schools. So approaching problems, for instance, one student was working about the data of COVID-19, another student was, for instance, working on the fact that, as you can see, the picnic areas are mostly concentrated in the north, so maybe it's time to invest. This was his thesis in other areas. And just to give another example, I think that you have read about the news. I'm coming from near Bologna, but I see that you have also tents here. There is the university students renting crisis, and this is the map about Airbnb in the center of Bologna. This is the Emilia. It's all this area is heavily used now for short-time rentals. And yeah, our idea would be we would like also to go on working with QGIS and also having these 3D printed models, because we think that it can be really a way to give even more evidence to the thesis of of data journalism. And of course, if we would like to collaborate also with other schools, and these are our contacts, me and the colleague who's sitting there, Ilaria. Thank you.
Professor Salisotti, grazie mille for the presentation. Very, very interesting and very rich. I would like to call on the floor Architetto Rizzi, who's a teacher in a secondary law school, who've been signing up for the GIS4Schools community. And again, I'm very happy to see una scuola media inferiore.
Sì, scusate, parlerò in italiano. We are very happy to stay here and we are very glad to participate in this project. Adesso però parlo in italiano. Ringrazio ovviamente tutti, perché quando è stata proposta la candidatura della nostra scuola io ho tenuto a precisare che fosse una scuola secondaria di primo grado, proprio perché avevo già conosciuto il progetto e visto tutte le potenzialità che offre il GIS.
When she proposed the school to join the community, she had realized that she was familiar with the project, but she also made clear that you are a secondary law school, but you also saw all the potential in the project for your school, I believe.
Avevo dei dubbi sulle applicazioni che si potessero realizzare nella scuola secondaria di primo grado, considerate le discipline di cui ha parlato il ex ministro Bianchi, che tra loro non sono realmente interconnesse.
I was doubtful because of the disciplinary approach, as former minister Patrizio Bianchi mentioned this morning, the fact that there's a lack of multidisciplinarity in the teaching, especially in secondary law schools.
Però ho deciso di accettare questa sfida perché, come diceva Piero, sono architetto e urbanista, quindi uso quotidianamente ArcMap più che GIS, però conosco in parte tutto quello che si può costruire con questi software, con queste applicazioni.
Even though I was doubtful, I decided to take on the challenge, also because I'm professionally, I'm an architect, and I work daily with those technologies, and I know the potential also for pupils.
Quindi per il prossimo anno proporremo nella nostra scuola, che è un istituto comprensivo che va dai 3 anni, quindi dalla scuola materna alla scuola secondaria di primo grado, un progetto che utilizzi OpenStreetMap e il censimento delle strade che non hanno nome nella nostra frazione, perché è una frazione di Bari che prima era un comune, o le strade che hanno un doppione, perché Bari ha già dei nomi simili.
We will be proposing next year to our school, which is a comprehensive school, meaning includes schools of different grades. We will propose a project concerning the topography of the streets, and because there is a peculiarity of the suburb, of the neighborhood where your school is. So you will be proposing a project using OpenStreetMap, dealing with the toponomy of the streets in your area.
Provando a concordare con il comune di Bari dei nomi per le strade di donne che hanno contribuito alla storia, alla scienza, alla tecnologia, sia locali che ovviamente internazionali, coinvolgendo gli studenti nell'appropriarsi degli spazi comuni e quindi sentendoli propri, a non devastarli, a curarli, a sentirli propri davvero.
And we will try to convince the municipality of Bari to join the project and change the names of some streets to increase the number of streets dedicated to female figures and female characters that today are lacking in the topography of streets in Bari. So eventually you would like to see streets carrying the names of more women, both local figures, national figures, especially in the fields of science and technology.
STEM.
Or STEM in general.
Perché il nostro istituto comprensivo ha partecipato al PNRR per le aule immersive, stiamo creando un laboratorio di stampa 3D, plottaggio, usiamo Tinkercad, Arduino, quindi siamo una scuola coding, spesso facciamo, quindi vorremmo integrare il GIS in questo pacchetto di tecnologie innovative per fornire ancora più strumenti ai nostri studenti.
Our school has been very active as proposed projects under the Recovery and Resilience Italian funds. You are active in a number of technological fields, and you would like to take GIS as an additional technology to be included into the portfolio of the technology you're offering to your students and pupils.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. We'll be presentiamo. And now I think, well, thanks for those who still here with us, and I leave it to Elisa for the conclusions.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Piero. Of course, I do not have nothing more to add, just to thanks all of you again. Yeah, I just would like to recall, let's say, at least 3 things I have learned today. For sure, I think we have learned that interdisciplinarity is the key. It was said by the former minister today, but all along during all the intervention. I think that the second thing is that we have to learn and how to transfer the innovation, the innovative dimension coming from this educational project into ordinary activities. So we have to transform the innovation into ordinary activities, so something that we will do in everyday life. And the third aspect is related to the evaluation. I think that to complete, let's say, this process, we also have to learn how to evaluate the achievement, focusing not just on the results from a quantitative point of view, but analyzing the process. So these are the 3 main, I think, most important things that we have learned today. Again, thank you very much. I think, and I hope this is not the end of the day, yes, but for sure not of the project.